wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Is everyone ready for the most hated all-time highs, I think, in the history of the market? I know I am. I think this is going to be awesome. Because I actually did this tweet. I just said, hey, is this going to be the most hated all-time high in history? And I got like 5 replies to the tweet about how, oh yeah, we're due for a crash now, and there's no way this is going to stick, and people are full port short and all that. So that makes me so happy, because if that's true and we are just this from all-time highs, that's amazing. So yes, I just did a video, Snowman saying, this morning before I came on, about how that's hated. So I'll repeat some of that here, and I'm going to have to take off just a little bit, just FYI, at 15 minutes after the bell. I've got a presentation to do for the CMT there. I will come and do that presentation here again tomorrow. So, I know it's all like special for CMT people only, but don't worry, I'll do the same presentation here. But yeah, this is the kind of the sentiment survey I wanted to give. So if you don't know about AAII investor sentiment, you certainly should. It's a very interesting kind of data point, and they've been doing it for ages, like ages and ages and ages. And it's a very simple idea of, they ask a whole bunch of institutional investors once a week. They say, hey, are you bullish, bearish, or neutral over the next 6 months? And the idea is, generally speaking, this is the average, right? It's like 30-something% bullish, 30-something% neutral, 30-something like split pretty evenly on average across everything. When people get really, really bearish, there's a signal there. When people get really, really bullish, who cares, right? Because everyone's bullish in a bull market. But the creator of this survey thought, okay, if I'm going to ask institutional investors and newsletter writers, right, the smart people in the room, when they're bearish, I should probably be selling my stock, and when they're bullish, I should probably be buying stuff. Very quickly found out that that's not the case, right? So there is no big crazy, they know everything and they won't tell you and blah, blah, blah. And they're wrong. Just like we see when we look at the commitment traders data, just like we see when we look at hedge fund returns, just like we see across the board here. These guys are historically and very often very wrong. So when the crowd that is normally wrong is positioned on one side of the market, often you get these kind of explosive moves higher. So I remember sitting here about the same time last year talking about the same thing and the same type of data, saying they hate this rally. They absolutely hate this rally. And that's great for us, because what happens, they hated the rally the last time, which was way back here. And we came back up to all-time highs. We spent, a couple weeks just chopping around in the range, and then we broke out. And they hated this rally too. And why does that help us out? Well, it helps us out because if they're hating the rally and they're not bullish, and they don't have any reason to, there's going to be more war or inflation or the consumer or whatever excuse they're making this time to be wrong, then what's going to happen is they're going to be underperforming. They're either short, which is rare for hedge funds to get kind of total short, or they are not long enough. And if they are not long enough, that means at the end of the day, the end of the week, when they have to report to their clients of the returns they've made, as a hedge fund, I can tell you, someone who worked in the hedge fund industry for 10 years, most of them don't outperform the S&P 500. And when they don't outperform the S&P 500 for a period of time, the clients take their money and run. Because why would I pay you 2% management fee and 20% performance fee to do the same thing that I can pay like 5 basis points to just have this diversified basket of stocks? So I think, and we'll find out more when we take a look at the commitment of trader data that comes out over the weekend, but we talked about this a little bit as well. It's not only is the sentiment horrible and they hate the fact that the market's rallying and they're not happy there. But if we go to FinViz, let me bring this up, and we take a look at how they're positioned with commitment to trader data, they are positioned horribly. So let me grab right here. So indices, and we'll just do the S&P 500. And right here, grab this data in. This is the positioning data. So just as of very recently, they started to short more. So they started to get more short in the S&P 500 data right at the lows, which is very on brand for these large speculators. So sentiment's in the toilet. Positioning is net short S&P 500 contracts, and we've just ripped like 15% to all-time highs. No one knows what's going to happen next. I think that's a big thing to caveat, but those are all of the recipes that we had last time. When we hit all-time highs, we chopped around for a little bit and just exploded higher for the rest of the year. That would be early for this year, just based off the midterm election sentiment. It would be, generally speaking, you want, and there is more chop until kind of the summer starts to wind down, and then you have that rip once the election is decided. So it'd be early for it to rip too much, too fast, but that's what we're seeing, right? So yeah, most hated all-time high in histories. I'm here for it. I will be on Twitter watching my favorite bears seethe about, right, the end of the world, and this here's a reason to be negative, and this sucks and that sucks and all of that. Just knowing, right, one of my favorite quotes is always, a bubble is when asset prices go up that you don't own, right? And right, a crash is when asset prices go down that you do own. And it's just based entirely as well. So yeah, so lockout rally, I like Brian. That's one way to say it, where the last thing I'll do to kind of shout out my Twitter is talking to our boy Money Mitch, who is back fairly soon. He made a quote about how, I'm looking for a pullback. And I thought this was pretty clever of me. But of course I do, right? It's me and my mom both think I'm clever, and that's about it. I said, so I just did my whole, most hated rally ever. And there's our boy Money Mitch saying, when's a pullback coming, with Homer being hungry because he's hungry for a pullback. And I just put, the odds of the pullback is inversely correlated to the amount of people looking for a pullback. And I think that's exactly what's happening right now. This rally has been so fast and just a complete turnaround from what looked like the depths of hell, that you probably have a lot of people who are, they're off base. They're underperforming. I talked about the career risk of what happens if you underperform for too long. Everyone who has money invested with you goes to someone else. So if you are underinvested, or if you're short or whatever, and these turns happen so violently and give you no pullback to get in, you're forced to chase higher at some point. So that's what I'm thinking of the market. I'm certainly, again, anyone who comes in and says, hey, we're overextended here, is like, no shit, Sherlock. And of course we are. It's 11% in 3 weeks in a straight line. Just because we are overextended doesn't necessarily mean that we have to pull back, right? You can deal with overextended markets in two ways. It's either through price or through time. So the best case scenario, I think, is exactly what happened last time. So this is, right, the tariff tantrum, and then the rip from the tariff tantrum, and then we got to this new high, and then we spent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks moving sideways, and then we ripped out. That would be best case scenarios. We get a pause, maybe a pause and a little bit of a chop for the next couple weeks, and then we go. But this thing's just happening so fast and every day that it makes me think that they're not going to give people that amount. Now, at some point, again, profit taking comes in. Profit taking has to come in at some point as well, right? Yo. We got a beep. Hey, Jane, what's going on?
Well, I readjusted all of my levels, and I am seeing beautiful things, green, clear skies ahead. But I'm a little cautious with that SPY, with the volume. Sorry, just getting my screen set up here. The descending volume. on such a rip higher, right? That to me is saying, oh my goodness, could we see that this really is going to be a hype run to the upside?
Yeah, I think it is,
Going?
and I think you're seeing that in what is rallying the hardest, right? Which is the names that have been just absolutely destroyed. Those are the ones that have been doing the best overall, and yeah, so it makes sense that we're very hyped up here. And again, at some point, you know, you don't have to be a CMT to say, hey, at some point we gotta chill out for a minute, right? At some point, profit taking comes in for the people who bought the taco. Remember, the taco was way down here. This is where Trump
Yep.
completely backed out. So that, say you bought at the Trump taco, you bought, you know, you held for the 4 or 5 days that were choppy that we talked about, and you made so much money, right? You ripped so much higher. Yeah, at some point people will start to take profits. That is selling. I don't think it's enough to bring us all the way back down, but it's enough. It should be enough to pause us for the very least, to give us some sort of breath to pause. So, but again, right? I remember saying that here. I thought we were going to spend more than 2 days, right, consolidating before we broke out, and it was, you know, I thought it was going to be a week or so, and we just kind of ripped from there. So
Yeah, well, I'm surprised at the strength of this run to the upside. And many times, you know, this is exactly what they did with silver, right? Silver, we saw that they gapped it, they ran it, and then they smacked it down hard. So, are we going to see that with the broader market? And what's going on with the MAGs, right? With the MAG 7? We're seeing that one is advancing a lot. But let's look at RSP. Is RSP advancing to the same extreme? No. So it is those MAG 7 stocks that are squeezing like crazy. Now, NVIDIA, we did get NVIDIA finally up above that 195 level, somewhat out of the box. And now, are we going to hold here? This is the third time that we have been up above. And is this going to be the whack-a-mole, right? Are they going to whack it back down again? We're seeing a lot of the semiconductors have moves, not to the upside like NVIDIA, but to the downside with Micron and AMD. They're all topping out up here. They're starting to retrace a bit today. The entire sector is starting to pull back a bit today. So is this going to be that scenario where they've reached that overextension? I think they're all due for a bit of a pullback with these massive up days, you know, for NVIDIA back down to like 192.50 as an example. So not a massive drawdown. We've got all of the bigger money below us. I said I got to be a bull when we get back up there, but could we retrace? We're just at that upper boundary of that sideways price action that we had since last September. So as much as it has been a sideways price action, I'm not sure. Now, the big thing for all the newer traders, you didn't have to deal with it, but I did, is that PDT roll, right? That PDT roll out the window. And
interesting how they did it too, right? How it essentially was a big pass the buck, and I don't hate it, right? They basically just said, for those who don't know, the rumor was they were going to reduce it to like 2,000 or something like that. But in my reading, and I could be wrong, and I think there's more information to come out, they just said, screw it. It's up to the brokers now. You make your own rule, which to me, it's very capitalism of you, right? Each broker decides their own rule. And the reason that's super interesting to me is last week on my podcast, Line Your Own Pockets, where it's like a systematic trader podcast, we had a CEO of a brokerage come in who worked at Interactive Brokers his whole life, and then he spun off to start his own brokerage, kind of focused on, you know, systematic trading and small cap trading. And he said, because I asked him, I said, hey, what do you think of this PDD stuff? He's like, I don't care. He's like, I'm not doing it. And some of the points that he brought up were interesting. Is and you know this as well, Jane, is that brokers don't make any money when you trade. Even the payment for order flow it's pennies. It's nothing. They don't care. A broker doesn't want you to trade. They make money off interest rate swaps. So what happens is you put your money in the brokerage account. So you put 100K in there. They give you 3% interest, and then they buy T-bills that pay them 4 or 5% interest, and they make that kind of free money spread and make a crap ton of money doing it. So they don't want you to trade because they don't want you to lose your money, because they go out and they make that kind of interest rate spread on top of it. So it's interesting to me that I'm expected to see many brokers. You're going to get this split where some brokers are going to be totally fine with a guy throwing $1,000 in an account and shorting something on margin. And then the other brokers are not going to adjust their rules at all and say, screw it, we're not going to deal with it. And I think you're going to end up getting high net worth brokers and low net worth brokers. And again, not up here in Canada, because we only have like the two brokers anyway. But down in the States, you're going to have this. And I just think it's going to be super interesting. And again, very capitalism. It should, the way it should work is the broker is ultimately taking the risk. If you lose more money in your brokerage account than you have, they have to eat that cost. They're going to try to sue you, and they're going to try to get it back from you somehow. But there's brokers that I've seen that the guy loses like $10 million on a short. He had $1 million in his account. He was leveraged up. The thing tripled or quadrupled in a halt, and they've lost $5-10 million. They're not going to get it out of that guy unless he's rich. They just got to eat the cost. So yeah, you're going to get this, I think, dichotomy of brokers, and it's going to be interesting to see if any of them end up blowing up, offering shorts, margin shorts to like 100 people that have $1,000 in their account. They all short this one stock that does like a QMMM or something like that.
Well, I remember when I first started, and I was in the penny stock world, and I was trading the penny stocks, and they were hard to borrow, and it was really interactive brokers where you could call ahead of time to get the borrow or the offshore accounts down in the islands. And it was the same sort of thing. The PDT was out the window for the offshore accounts. So you had a lot of people that were just burning through money down there. And it's like handing people the keys to a Lamborghini, and they are now on a highway with no speed limit. And it's just, you're going to see these crash and burn scenarios with people that have no experience whatsoever. And it's going to add a lot of liquidity to the market. But how long? I agree that there's probably going to be some that are going to, set the regulations where they're minimizing their risk. Or is it just going to be, hey, we're going to let in the degens that want to trade overnight, that want to trade crypto, and they're going to create sort of the crypto trading like Robinhood, right? Where Robinhood is going that way slowly with the tokenization, and Webull, and what's the other one? Wealthsimple up here. They're starting to really go virtual, 24-hour trading. Anybody can get in, and no seatbelts, no safety net, which is why the whole PDT rule existed, was supposedly to help traders in the beginning with risk management and rule following.
Yeah, and that all went out the window when they allowed options trading, right? You can trade a derivative contract that literally goes to zero, but the fact that now brokers can make their own rule set, again, it becomes really interesting because, again, speaking with the CEO of this brokerage, he's like, you guys, a lot of people don't understand how hard it is to manage risk, especially with things like halts. It's like, what do I do when I see a client, who has 1 million shares short of something that's halting intraday, and it could open up 100, 200+% higher? We see it every day with these stocks, these names that halt. So I think the push a little bit to tokenization is to get around some of these rules and to get around some of these places. And I think you're very right on where this money is going to go. Like giant hedge funds, they're not going to get extra liquidity on NVIDIA and the SPY, because if you got $500 in your account and your plan is to go in and day trade, you're not day trading Apple on a normal day when it moves 0.25%, right? These guys are they're going to be trading around like major news events, or they're going to be trading these really junk penny stocks. That's where the money is going to flow into. Is, again, if I've got $1,000 and I just want to go and day trade, I'm not going to go and like day trade, we'll get SMH up here. I'm not going to go day, this thing's going to move like 0.5% or 1% on a normal day. They're going to go into the degen assets, which means they're going to, blow up quickly, and again, could do harm to the brokers if they let them in. Then there's also like support. Like right now as a brokerage, you only need to support day traders with over 25,000. All of a sudden that goes, and you have, as we mentioned, the broker doesn't make money when you trade, or even not any money they care about. It's only large accounts. So what's going to happen when the guy with $1 million account is calling Interactive Brokers, and the same time the guy with the 100,000 or the $1,000 account is calling them? So it is a bigger change, and it's a bigger deal than people think. I think it's actually going to be, and this is really morbid to say, but I think it's going to be really good for trade the pool business, because I think people are going to go in, they're going to take their $1,000, they're going to day trade it, they're going to blow it up right away. They're going to go, oh shit, I could have just gone to a place like Trade the Pool. I could have given them 100 of that $1,000, and I could have taken an eval account and learned that way, and got a real trading account and done all of that. And although, I'd say I'm way happier if somebody day trades and blows up $1,000 account than if they had to do it with a $25,000 account. I would be even happier if you just put $100 into an eval account and blew that up first, because you could do that 10 times before you could lose that $1,000. So, fast forward a couple of months,
risk.
I think it'll be good for us.
Yeah, it's
right?
managing risk and learning the rules. Like the biggest thing for any new trader is really, you need to learn the rules, and then the money comes. It's when you don't follow the rules, you're an emotional trader, you're an impulsive trader, and you have zero experience, and you don't understand. Like looking at SMH, it's not always straight up. Looking at the SPY or Tesla or Nvidia, it's not always straight up. And the more time that you spend in front of a chart understanding that, it's like riding the waves of the stock market ocean. You need to know when it's going to go down. You need to understand when it's going to go up. Otherwise, you're just going to get pummeled by the waves, and you're just going to have an emotional backlash, and you're going to be beaten up psychologically. And if traders don't understand that, then they're going to end up really going to extremes in their mind and in their trading. And that's the biggest pitfall of any newer trader that's just getting in, is really managing their own risk. And even though the PDT rule was supposed to help them, because they wanted them more to swing trade and not over trade, it doesn't help you when you're saying, I need to get out fast and I need to cut the rules. So I feel like it could be a benefit, but I think we're going to see a lot more people blow it up. And it's true that in trading options, it is managed risk. In using Trade the Pool simulated accounts, you get the access while managing the risk right off the bat, because your output to learn is a lot less. And so using it as a tool to get into the market, to be able to trade, to be able to understand the flow of the market, your risk to entry is a lot smaller. And as great as it is, if people haven't traded, they don't understand that they need to manage risk first. So it's something that hindsight is always 20/20. For you and I, we see that it's an amazing tool.
Well,
But
and
people are
it's,
stuck.
but I think of the guy who's got $1,000 and he wants to day trade with it. I think of very young professionals, college students, right? I know there's going to be some people where that's all they've got, right? And maybe they saved, it took them years to save up $1,000. Now they're trying to date. That will be sad. I think for the average number of people, I would rather them get into trading earlier, and blow up faster. Like I think we've all blown up accounts, right?
Mhm.
I'd rather
I'm
a
doing it
lot
now
of
with futures.
there you go. Like it's I'd rather that happen small, and then from there, you're right, blow up your $1,000 account as opposed to having to get this college kid to save up 25K into an account and then blow it. I would appreciate that a little bit better. From the trading side of things, right? This obviously puts Robinhood and Bull I have up here in play today, so keep an eye on those. Those are going to be, it's not going to be Goldman Sachs. It's not going to
Wingstop
be,
too today. Sorry to
yeah.
jump on you, but
Oh no, it's no
Wingstop
problem.
also has 69% short volume. And that one has had, like, it looks like the SPY, when you look at it on the daily chart, you've got this massive run up and the volume is descending. Now, we've got that taco bottom. Is this going to be, is it completely overdone? We're just starting to hit a couple moving averages, but right now it looks like we could see that this, if I'm going to map it out over here, if we hold above 195, which is right here, that maybe we're going to retrace back down to 192.50 and then see a surge, but this could open right away and end up having a massive move to the upside with 69% short volume yesterday. I like to come on over to short sale volume. So this is where I check the short volume. So we can see that the shorts have just been building, right? And that has created this short move happened on the 2nd where people were shorting it and then they were adding. And now we're almost at 200. Yes, it is a strong mental resistance, but we have such high short volume that's been adding every day that this could really run really quickly. So I wanted to bring that to everybody's attention because this sort of move, much like the SPY, you know what? I'm curious. Let's actually look at this. I didn't look at the SPY for short volumes. So short volumes, it's been less than 60%, but still people have been shorting it. And so it's interesting to me to see that, yeah, people are shorting it on the way up. It's still above 50%. So we have more people shorting every day than buying. And that's quite interesting because this could have a bigger squeeze. We could go, another 20% to the upside on the SPY with just short squeeze volume.
Yeah, and we have to, before we get started, and again, I apologize for leaving you 15 minutes into the bell, but Jane will carry that for a little bit longer there. But we got to talk about Bird. Did you see this? Do you see what's going on with this?
With Bird?
Yeah. So this is insane. This is a shoe company, or was a shoe company, that
All
said,
birds?
screw it. Yeah, screw it. We're a AI company now. So they've decided to take out, I think, what is it, 50 million in convertible notes and buy compute with it and build or buy compute and GPU and data centers and all of that in order to become. So shoe company yesterday, AI company today. Now, the tweet I put out, again, if you follow me on Twitter, it's gonna be like endless shit talking. The more systematic I am, the less charts I have to share, and the more shit talking I have. And this was my tweet from this one.
So this is like a fluff release, like the .com era in
well, that's why
2000s.
I put very Long Island blockchain vibes. You remember that, Jane, where it was like a tea company came out and said, we are going to use the blockchain to manage our supply chain. And it went up and that was near the first major top of that. And it feels like, again, I'm not saying that this is the top and everything rolls over, but when we are laughing in a year to 6 months or something because there was a major pullback in the AI story, this will be what everyone brings up. This makes absolutely no sense. This isn't something that, again, trade it. It is what it is. It's now an AI company. It's going to move with different AI companies. So have fun. $2.50 yesterday, $7 today. So I think this is where I saw like Steph talking about it and some of these guys. I know this is where these low float degens are going to hang out today, because the ridiculousness of this story could lead any.
There we go.
And could be $1, could be $10 by the end of the day. I don't think either of those would surprise me. But we are open. IVG up 1.5% right off the bat. So software continuing its relentless climb.
I want to watch some Wing.
Wingstop. Never been to a Wingstop.
I haven't ever been to one either. I like the wings at Hooters. Also, I don't know if you touched on it earlier while I was jumping in. We have the 10 o'clock housing market index. In the process, actually, of selling 2 condos down in Florida. Had offers this week, so a bit tense at the moment dealing with those, as well as everything else going on. IMF meetings, crude oil inventories at 10:30, FOMC Bowman's 45, Beige Book at 2 p.m. I have never seen that really affect the market. Have you, Michael?
No, it's Beige Book and things like that. I don't think really anyone. I think today is going to be more of a war day, just because of how light the news is. I think that's going to be the main focus. And then earnings, they continue to go. You know, I know Snapchat did something where they're creating AR vision things, but I didn't really see anything from the earning front. And I think that's going to be the big focus going forward. Is we've got, as long as the war doesn't heat back up, I don't think people care too much about it, but we have to pay attention to that. And then it's earnings as they go through. We don't have many in the way of major earnings, I think, until next week. By major, I mean the Mag 7, right? The earnings whisper.
Yeah, they're usually all the same week, and Amazon and Nvidia tend to be on a Thursday. They always look like it's going to be bearish, and typically it's bullish because I've gotten burned.
Yeah, and it's really the yeah, come on, where's there he is on Twitter. That's what makes everyone just feel better about the whole AI trade as a whole. Yeah, I'm looking at this week's, and it's ASML had earnings, and there's Netflix tomorrow, but those aren't, no one really cares. I mean, who cares? Netflix could go to zero tomorrow. I don't think anyone would really care too much, but you know, when you get Apple, Nvidia, you know, all of these big names starting to report, that's when you get more of the earnings story. That, and there's a little bit of a fight going on with JPow, I guess. They're not going to vote in the current guy until the DOJ investigation of the old guy is done, and then Trump says he's going to fire JPow, and again, just more of the same kind of stuff. So really, Fed is in flux, the war is in flux. So it's like, what do we care about next? Just earnings as they come out, right? ASML was not positive there. That's not something we want to look at, but so far on the market, everything's holding up okay, right? XLF is doing fine here. XLV a little bit down off the open. SPY continuing. So just showing, you know, what you're talking about this morning, Jane, where Mag 7 and software, that's been leading the charge. The more kind of high beta speculative name. And my theory about why, when I did the video about the most hated rally, is that if you are underpositioned right now, you can't buy, you know, the slowest, most boring names out there in order to catch up to your peers that are making a bunch of money. You got to buy the junk. It's the only way you're going to make up that performance in return, which is why it's the first time I heard about INQ coming back in the story was yesterday. Like, when is, like, these quantum computers have been dead for ages. Steve was talking about Oklo. I don't know when I heard about Oklo for a very long time.
We're starting to see bull fade a little bit as well. Snapchat mine from the competition starting had a nice move to the upside, starting to pull back now as well from a big short squeeze up. Yeah, let's check out Bird again.
AR glasses, I think. Bird, yeah, this thing is, again.
Yeah, Bird is just, there you go.
Hilarious to me. Nope. Dyslexia. BIRD. There you go. Yeah, this one's
all right.
Wouldn't shock me if this guy got to like 10. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Makes no sense, but it doesn't have to make sense, you know?
Of course not. Let's see.
Yeah, it feels very right. First, like you mentioned, .com. Let's put .com in our name to double our stock price, and then we had blockchain. Then there was a while there was those treasury companies. Like every day there was a new crypto treasury company that would shoot to the moon, and now we have this like let's become an AI distributor.
Right.
Why? Like even to make the shoes anymore? I don't know. Is it like a hard pivot? You just shut down all your shoemaking companies, or right? Yeah, because this thing, and you can tell why, right? This is the long-term stock price of this. It IPO'd at, geez, it IPO'd at $700. Obviously, this is going to be split adjusted, and just fell over and over and over and over again. New low after new low after new low. So,
all right,
very
I'm going to go
last
in.
ditch. Oh, YOLO in the bird.
I'm doing it. I'm going market in. Yes. Let's see.
Yeah,
Did it work?
Does not surprise me one little bit in which right, we're going to get that kind of move. Halt? Looks like it may have halted.
I don't know that I got in.
Let me see. Yeah. Halted to the upside on the shoe company turned AI data center company. And then so this was always hilarious to me as someone who's going to school for finance.
Yep.
You would go to school and they'd talk about all the theory and the textbooks and whatever, and then you'd go actually trade and you'd see this nonsense. It'd be like, markets are super efficient and everything is priced in and there's no edge to be. I'm like, it's a bird. It's a company called Bird that made shoes and now it makes AI. Explain this to me, professor.
So I did get in 827. So we shall see. I see that the bigger money is down at 678. So I'm going to put that line over here, 678. All right. Right there. There we go. And let's see. So right now, yeah, we shall see.
So did you get in? Are you in? Or
yeah, I'm in. I'm in at 827.
Oh. Well, good for you. Well, let's see.
I went in small, 100 shares.
I've got ABT and TRV are two working, and it looks like I missed a bunch of other buys, so I'm gonna cancel these.
Watch this be one that's like back. Okay, we would like the, this is a halt pending actual documentation.
Yes. Like an investigation.
Exactly. I'm actually going to go look at the halts. So if anybody wants to know, you just go to Nasdaq halts and it will show you. So this is a volatility halt, the LUDP. You just go right on over to the trading halt codes and come on down, LUDP, volatility trading pause. Right there.
I would say there's way less chance of a halt due to fraud investigation or something here, just because it's a horrible company looking at the price chart, but it's a legitimate company.
Yeah.
That's just you can't get mad. We can laugh, but you can't get mad at a company for saying, okay, we're going to take the money we have. Making shoes obviously isn't working for us, so let's do AI stuff. It's like, you can say it's a stupid idea, but it's not criminal to have dumb ideas, or there'll be many more companies that are halted due to lists. So I think it's going to be, I think you get more of that risk and more of that chance when you see like some crazy foreign, like a Chinese company or something, just pop out of nowhere and say, here is the thing that we're trying to do. That makes more sense to me, that this is something that is probably ridiculous, but at the same time perfectly legitimate. And both of those things can be true, can make absolutely no sense and be perfectly legitimate at the same time.
For sure. Also wanted to look at this one. Let's see, I've got it up. I'm just pulling at my chart on my other screen so we can look at other ones as well while we're here. There we go. I'll put it over here. What time did that halt? Just so I have a heads up on that as well. Back right here. Halt at 9:38. So we've got 3 more minutes before anything else. So if we're checking it out, I got my order entry set up. All right, let's also check out Tesla. Right, let's see. Tesla was advancing earlier today, pulling back a little bit now. This is the 5-minute chart, but we went on up, hit, and pulling back. I've got to get used to and add on my pivots on here. You don't trade with pivots. You just trade the quant.
That's it. Whatever the system does. I've got 3 trades on the go right now, up a few bucks. No idea what. I think ABT is a drug company. That's the only one I've ever heard of.
Abbott. Yeah. AAOI today was also pulling back from yesterday. All right. No, not yet. Oh my goodness. People have bid orders for $135. Oh no, it's AAOI. There we go. That's why I was like, what is going on? My order entries flipped, but this is fading right now off of the run that this has had. Let's put it to a 45-minute chart so we can see. Ooh, yeah. That is pulling back. All right, let's flip it back to Bird. Bird is open.
Where are we at here?
Right here.
Ooh, nice
Yeah.
one, Jane.
Let's see.
There she goes.
Yeah, I'm going to bring it on over here.
Open and rip. Right. Let's see if
Yeah,
we can hold.
yeah. Okay, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and take 50 off. 50. Let's just go ahead and mark it out of that. Boom. All right. Just took a little. And now it continues. Oh, no, it hasn't. Okay. Boom. There we go. 20 cents off of the 10 right there. So I locked in 72. Look at what happens. The degenerate in me. I'm telling you.
You know, scalping.
All right. So I locked it, right? So now my risk is minimized. So I can put in a stop loss 914. I'm not used to reading all this right at the moment. This is also a 45-minute chart. So let's bring it back to a 5-minute chart.
Oh, yeah. You can't be degen trading on a chart that long. You got to end up like Michael Katz and do his, what is this,
stop
5-second chart or something.
Okay. And stop loss limit. So this is me like truly learning the software in one of these stocks.
Oh, good.
Yeah, let's go a little bit, got to jump in head first. This is all right, 904. Okay, place 50, order, stop. 50, stop, day, stop price, no. 9.14.
Continuing. It's at $11 now. Just rip right off the. On the fact that it hasn't halted again, though, makes me think that maybe it's kind of calm down time. But
Michael, what am I doing here? Stop.
I think you're trying to put a stop loss into a position trade as well. If you hit is there a little like shopping cart icon next to your, next to your chart? You see the little shopping cart icon? There you go.
Okay. So I just had to like get rid of that little hook.
Yeah, your little stop loss price, you got to get rid of that.
Okay, and now I can adjust this as it goes up.
Right.
Ha. Okay, there we go. All right.
Just drag and move on the cart. That little box, I was about to say, if that box annoys you the way it annoys me, you can just click that button and it won't ask you that again. Because that one triggers me every time. I move my stop a little bit. It's like, hey, you sure? It's like, yeah, leave me alone. I get it.
Yes.
It prevents missed clicks, but when you're trying to do something on the fly, sometimes it gets kind of triggering where you're like, let me do what I need to do. But listen, I appreciate, Jane, you hanging out with everyone for a bit. I'm gonna go do
the chat up too. I've got it. You're good. I'm just gonna get myself organized here.
Well,
I'm going
Goodbye.
to
Have a good one,
eliminate
guys.
this over here. Have a great presentation. All right, everyone. So let me just grab the chat, YouTube chat. There we go. Beautiful. All right. Anybody else in on the bird? The bird is flying, just like Airplane Jane. Yeah. Had some great trades. I don't know as well if you guys. So what do you guys think about, since I'm in on this, I will watch this while we can talk other stocks. I did see today that we are starting to see that gold and silver are full on buys for me. So I will, let's see if I, oops, cancel. No, I don't want to do that. Okay, so if I shrink this one, nope. Can I add another chart? I'm familiarizing myself because I usually just use this for charting, not so much for trading. So this is fun today. Bull, you sold your bird in the pre-market. Steve, what were you doing? I'm telling you, these guys here have me back to my old days of trading penny stocks and wild moves. But I know myself. Look, no matter what, I'm green on the trade, right? That's how I like to trade it. We were talking about this yesterday on the Fivers as well, that, hey, with trading, what do you guys do? Do you guys just go into a trade, hold on to it, take a small profit, continue to let it run? I like to pay myself along the way. NCI second halt. All right, this one looks like it's slowing down, maybe off of that halt news. Don't know if they cover their mark to markets, but for what, Tuck? Oh, time to run Bull, Coin, Sophie, and Hood. Yeah, I'm getting full on bullish signals for all of the crypto as well. So that is something to watch. That's in the crypto space. We have a lot that's moving to the upside. We'll go ahead and put these up over here too. We've got our gainers. This is one of the great tools as well here is the gainers and losers. We've got volume is greater than 1 million and price less than 10. Are we adding to big tech into earnings? I don't like to add into anything before earnings tech. I personally like to be cautious and wait and trade after earnings. I like to go ahead and look at it that way. So I'm just going to move it on up. This is kind of how I'm trading the futures too. I'll trade it shorter time frames. I'm on a 1 minute chart here and continue. Not meta. No. And I like to trail. I like to trail, make sure that I'm locking it. What I'm seeing here is this is likely going to reverse down, have a pop, and then a bigger sell because we have descending volume right here. So I'm going to keep it a bit tighter. And I think it's probably going to hit that 13 mark. And then we're going to see it drop. Let me bring it up over here too. 5 minute chart. I don't see that the bigger money has actually has sold yet. They're at 680. So the bigger money level is still down here at 680 for this. So it could have longer legs. No big selling yet, no flipping of the price action just yet. And if I get taken out, I'm totally okay with that. I'm leaving it on my 4 EMA right here so that I will let it stop me out. I'll let it tell me when to get out of that trade. And I'm not, there you go, out. All right, so took my profit up here, roughly 1120, and still don't see that they have flipped their big money position yet. So it could run, it could retrace back down as low as 993 down here. I know it's still be in that upward trend. All right, let's look at Tesla, right? So for Tesla, I'm going to go ahead. I'll give you guys what I look at pretty much like every morning. I'm going to bring it back to a daily chart, not a 1 minute. That was a nice little fun little trade. for the day? All right, so Tesla for the bigger money levels. Yeah, let's readjust it over here. Tesla 39.23. All right, let's go to Microsoft. Microsoft bigger money level. Mitch was awesome on this one. Going into 399.05 is where that bigger money level is. 399.05. Oh, look at that. I can put this right here. So let's, that's from earnings. I'd have to do the earnings. But more importantly, let's come on over to the SPY, right? Let's look at the SPY 674. I'm going to adjust this 674.94, and that's from April 1st. So right there, looking to see, are we going to top out here, much like with Bird and also with Hood and the other ones, that we're seeing this divergence, right? This, can you draw? I'm so used to the other chart. You guys are going to have to bear with me. That this divergence right here, dropping volume. Ooh, here it is. So we've got this. Oh, no. All right, learning software. Snapped candle. I'll figure it out. Any event, descending volume, price action ripping. So maybe, let's go over here. Let's go to a 5-minute chart. And I'm going to, I've got to figure out the terminal, the tools, order entry. I would like to do it right on the chart. Order entry, sell. Let's sell just small. Let's do. Coin does feel the positive effects of circle. Let's check out Coinbase. So Coinbase is, I got to figure out how to add another chart here. Tools, terminal, chart. Aha, perfect. That's what I need. All right, look at Tesla. Tesla is ripping here. How about TSLL? TSLL. Tesla looks like this might halt up, not halt, but stop up at 1196. Let's see if we get a pause right there. That might end up being a reversal zone. If I were to, let's see, a single. Aha. All right. I'm going to, no, that didn't work. Did it? Sell stop price is at or more than the market bid price. May be filled immediately. Okay. That's good. And now how do, oh, I didn't do my one cancels the other. So I want to place, aha. So you guys can see I'm in one share, I think. There we go, 1 penny. And if I more, wow. Oh, I'm going to get out. It's about to test that 96 level. CRWV NBIS is insane. All right. There we go. I was stopped out with my whole one share. All right, it's 9:55. Let's look at BE. Do you all look at the time frames as far as do you follow? Oh, yeah, let's put on indicators. Hold on. Cancel. Let's come on over here. So this is real life. Okay, create template. Let's put EMAs. Let's call this template EMAs. Let's bring it on over here. Let's put it here. EMAs. Boom. And there we go. We got the EMAs on. 45-minute chart. Yeah, it looks like that's ready to move to the upside. Oh, let's see. What is Tesla TLD? What is the Tesla bear? Tesla bull. Tesla bear. Feels top heavy here. No? TSLZ. Thank you. All right. Come on over here. Let's do time frame 5 minutes. Going to wait and see. Do we have the bigger money down below? 1570. So, all right, let's do 100. One cancels the other. By limit, yes. All right, in. And now, I thought I did a buy. Exit, cancel out. All right, this is me. I'm trying to exit out of the position. Order entry. Let's make this yellow. And this is 100 shares. Tools. Positions. Ding. Here we go. Short. Yeah, no, I want to invert that. Okay, buy 200. Because I just fat fingered that and I didn't know what I was doing with clicking. So place the order. Yes. I want to be long. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to use a stop at, my stop loss is going to be down at 55. Down here. And my take profit, I want to see this up at 16. Here, 15.95. So giving it 11 cents to make 34 cents. All right, let's come on over. Let's look at GLD. We got that working. You guys can see it down below for the positions. I don't need to lock that. Let's see, more actions, help, auto hide, detach. If I can move this over here, I'll figure it out. All right, so we got this gold. Yeah, gold and silver are ripping. Let's go AGQ, right? Let's look at AGQ. All right, I'm not using that one because I'm not good with that. So order entry. I like this on a 5-minute chart. Let me make sure over here. 163. We're hitting a Camarilla right now at the moment. So I'm going to wait maybe for this to pull back. Nope. All right. Let's buy 50 shares. Why is this not linking? I want to just get in a quick run. Yes. All right. We are in 134. Beautiful. Looking for 134.23. I'm willing to give it 50 cents. This looks like this could advance beautifully for the day. We come back. Oops, excuse me. All right, so far the Tesla long is working well. Or the short, I should say. Add them on over here. TSLZ. Add that on to the list. Come on over here. So let's move the stop on up so that I stay green on the trade no matter what. Boom. There we go. I'd rather take a small profit than zero profit. All right, we're down to 133.78 AGQ. All right. I have to tell you, I'm used to having music and somebody speaking. So it's all right. Here, let's put this down here. What did I say? I want to put it 133.60. Put it down there. Take profit. How you stay in the trade? What do you mean? All right. I was just, my stop stopped me out on the TLZ. How do I stay in the trade? All right. Where's my... What do you mean by that, Shah? How do I stay in the trade? I set myself up. I like to go ahead and set stops so that I am always in the positive personally. That's what I like to do. So I'll make it a tighter stop because I always want to be in the positive. If I'm wrong, the way I look at it, the riskiest time for a trade is when you're getting in. It's either going to go for you or against you. So if you are really wrong, it could become exponentially worse, especially when I will look at the bigger money, right? So the bigger money, if the bigger money is saying, hey, I'm going to say like this move, 45-minute chart here. Hold on. I want to put on a fib level over here. So let's go to fibs. No. Tools, Fibonacci's, yes. Long position, ruler. Elliott, nope. Hartley, nope. Gann, Watt, entry signal, very nice. Let's look at it, smoke tuna. Fibonacci's. All right, retracement, right? So this is from 8:45. When is this? 5:45 today. So let's see here. No, I want to reverse that. Okay. No, actually, I did want it like that. Pardon me. Let's go up here. And I'm going to go in and adjust these. And Fibonacci levels, I like 21.5. No, actually 23.6. 78.6. Beautiful. And I want to add another level. Add level 11. Let's make this 121.5. Okay. Oh, no. Let's go add another one. Let's go add another. So this is negative 21.5. Okay. My target's going to be 135.56 up here. Boom. Let's put this on a 45-minute chart. Map it out. Hold on. Oh, we just hit that area for, let's go 15 minutes over here. Pardon me, 10:05. Aha. Jumping in ASML. All right. There we go. Okay, so let's bring this down to, I'll just go below 135. I'm looking over here, 135.84, just right below this for taking profit level. In the trade, small profits right now, 750. U.S. prosecutors make surprise visit to the Fed HQ renovation project. All right, I'm going to bring this back to 1 minute, zoom it in, and I'm going to move my stop up here. So yeah, I am keeping it tight, but I am at $1.50 profit instead of at the negative. Because also timing-wise, I feel like at 11:15, we could see that this ends up reversing. So I can also, since I'm in profit, I'll move it on up there. As the crow trades. All right, let's also come back to Wing. What's going on with Wing over here? So Wing had massive short volume this morning, but it is pulling back. All right, no worries. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla continuing to rise higher. That's why where I'm saying, you know, if I were to be wrong, I want to make sure that I'm going to get out quickly. I'm not going to hang out and just, even though I see that this is setting up for reversal, maybe it's going to be an amazing reversal from up here. And let me come on over. I'm going to see how I can, maybe I can do it like this for you guys. So we can watch it together. Multiple tools. I do this. Okay, perfect. That's what I needed. So I have this on a 5 minute because I'm not an expert on putting on the tools just yet with Trade the Pool. So I'm going to use the two side by side. And I'm going to maximize this one so that we've got both. Bear with me while I do this, this over here. Eliminate this. Okay, so right now, I'm going to put this on over here. Boom. They are still buying as far as I can see right here, 37.59. So it's still a buy at this moment. So I'm not, and we've got it potentially going up to 375. I feel like it could pop before. This could have a nice short to it. So I'm going to watch and wait. VSA got room. I've turned into quite the mean reversion short trader. I think that is Mitch getting to me. So in a 45 minute, we have a nice big expansion there. 15. I will check different time frames for sure. We've got it over here as well. I've got to get used to the software. Your A+ setups. Thank you. Coin. All right, I'm gonna dip a toe here. Could get sawed off. Order entry. Let's set it up for 374 to sell 10. We'll go small. Smaller risk, still good reward. Nope, I want to sell it at 3 con U. So funny. All right. I will give it 50 cents up to 375.50. So let's do 374.50. And let's go ahead. Let's place that order. Yes. No, I'm going to make it 374.80. Hmm. 30 shares. All right. We should see it up here. There we go. So I've got 375.06. So I've got the Camarillas and the pivots. I have to figure out how to put these on over here, which will come. Tesla's still in a downtrend channel on daily. I am long for day trade. Yeah, I'm long too. I mean, this is definitely a retracement trade, Steve, for me. So if we add on another one, can we add on another chart over here? Let's try it. Chart. Boom. Okay, let's pull this over here. Move that. Let's make this 1 day. So you can see it's definitely in that downward trend. Let's draw a little a different channel. All right, so I'm almost there. Is it going to allow me to get in? Oh, come on. Let's see. Almost there. Come on, come on. Look at that. Oh, I'm going to bring it down. It's so close. Come on. 34.80. Come on. So you can, this is the TTM squeeze. There you go. Nice talk. All right, I'm in. Now, stop loss. Let's bring it up here. 360.76.25. I'm going to give this really 3 minutes. 370.63. I could be off here, right? 70% of the time, expect it to be right, but I could be off. So I'm giving it, 1 to 3. There we go. Hit that 375.06, 375.15. Starting to pull back. I'm still not in profit just yet because I'm at 374.80. So we got a little battle going on. Here's our 1 minute over here. And if this were to rip higher, it could go all the way up to 377. What is that up there? 377.40. Okay, so if I go 377.40, 66, 1 to 2, this could come back down here. Feels like it really wants to, in my opinion, potentially roll over right there. Could be way off. Could stall. What's this from yesterday? 375.76. All right, I'm wrong. Is it going to stop there? Let's see. $376 test. Nice. Yeah, right now it's definitely overextended. This could come back down to 373 right here, 373.50 fairly quickly. On the wrong side of the trade on this one. Had a quick test, right? I had that quick test right here, and I'm waiting for this 1 more minute, giving it 1 more minute here for the 10:15 reversal. That's what I'm looking for. Starting to wick there.
So let's see if it wicks back down. We had some shorts that were at 375, some profit taking that happened there as well. This is my decision candle, probably, to exit. I got in a little early. Yeah, you know, we were talking about it earlier. We're probably going to see a lot of degens get in and blow up. And that's where using trade the pool to manage risk, a smaller risk by getting in with a, with a purchase price of a trading account as opposed to blowing up their own personal money, right? So that's a better option. All right, still watching it over here. It's not failing as of just yet. Feel like other people were shorting it. I'm exiting. Boom, out. All right, try to be out. Boom, out. All right, so small loss. Another push on bird. Let's see if the bigger money has moved yet. Nope, not yet. It's definitely stalled up here, the crow. So to me, this was the big move, the big momentum move. Let's also see what is going on with our big gainers and losers, right? I want to see over. Bird Ion Q today was killing it. Oh, let's put this here, yellow. Ion Q. So Ion Q, we're testing a bigger money level. We've got the big volume right here. This could be a bull flag up higher, but we're already up at R5. How come these doesn't? All right, I'm going to aim for a short on this one. I'm going in market to get in. This is the fade I want. It's testing the 5 right there. My aim is down here. 39.91 might be. Let's put on a fib over here. Low of the day. Easily back down to 40.14. We've got the bigger money up at 40.78 right here. Let's put on a 5-minute. All right, I'm going to move my stop loss. Stay green on the trade. That's what I mean. Tesla, I was right off of the trade. I gave it time, but now I want to make sure that this is continuing. Ion Q double top. So now I can let this one go. If it drops, amazing. Microsoft, tack, look at you with the, all right, we'll put it right here. 5-minute. Fade, it's coming down to the 8 EMA. Could bounce right here. 40.14. Tighten this up a bit. doesn't drop here, it will bounce off of 40.31. Boom. There you go. Quick little profit. All right, let's go Microsoft. Oh, how did I get there? Nice candle there. Let's see, did the bigger money move yet over here? Nope, still at 402.24. We could check and see some of the other bigger movers to the upside. Visa, what's going on with Visa? Yes? No. Visions. Oh, look at that. Above 10. What? Oh, below $10. Excuse me, I had the wrong one. There we go. We want above $10. QBTX, IonQ, Oklo. Ooh, Rigetti. Change 9%. Let's check out Oklo. Oklo is still looking to be moving to the upside, it looks like. Free clear skies up to 66.55, but the volume is dropping a little bit. It's normal to see the volume dropping to me. Do you guys trade on time frames, like time frames of the market? So as an example, like a 45-minute time frame, this to me, the overall risk could be back down to the 33 exponential there. If we go to Microsoft as an example as well, overextended risk could be pulling back here, right? That it tends to, when it breaks that, it moves to the upside. There we go. Oklo continuing. Popped from the top. My target would be that 66.55 zone. ASML. I also want to see what's going on with AMD. AMD pulling back a bit. NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still ripping, almost hitting that 200. 200 might offer a bigger. Let's also come over here. I've got a list of all of the Qs right here, the Qs holdings. A lot of processing happening going on, so it takes a bit. So our biggest advancer, Microsoft, Tesla, biggest one to the downside, LRCX, Micron. Let's see what's going on with Micron here. Ooh, Micron having a nice, let's come here. Let's see, did they flip their position? Do we want to go long some Micron over here? Downward trend, breakout test. What is this EMA that I have on here? 4. I need to change this. Oh, I'm going to change the color. Line properties. I like it pink. Okay, no, that's too dark. I need a lighter pink. It's about to hit the 8 over here. There we go. Properties. MU triple top. Let me add on my 8 EMA. No, we can get rid of that VWAX there. Okay. China in the meeting, FXI and KWeb. Yeah, for sure. Let's check it out. All right. Okay. Line properties. I like purple. Okay. All right, so let's see if it stalls right there. It's interesting, it doesn't stay. It's probably going to be, let's come back and look at Tesla. There we go. We hit that 370 zone. BMNR is looking strong. We got from Steve. We have a wick right here. All right, I'm going to try again on Tesla. Third time with it. Let's see if it pays me. Let's do Z. Let's see if the bigger money has flipped. Look at that big volume, 1523. All right, if we get above 1523, so buy stop. $15.24. Oh, cancel. See, almost a fat finger. All right, there we go. Aim would be up here to roughly 1570. And we're in. Done. I'm giving it $9 risk, Steve. 1 to 5 ratio there. NNBR. Nice. Nice talk. I'm going to just monitor that trade over here so I see. Thanks, Snowman. Time frame stall. Yeah. Well, let's look at Tesla. Whoops. Totally mistyped that. Tesla over here. We've got this wick, right? If we put on a 45, it's starting to slow down here. Pretty much nice. I thought we were going to have Steve today, too. This is my third attempt. If Tesla stops me out, yeah, I got stopped out. No more playing with Tesla for me. It's on my do not trade list. Third one stopped. Okay. That's it. I'm good. See Micron. Where do you see the triple top on Micron? Steve? There we go. Now Micron could be the one that we need to, that I need to, I should say, get a short on here. But I'm not liking, it's already so overextended. Oh yeah, I see it. Almost more like this though. Oop. Wrong one. So we could have a bit more upside before it might try to fail down. Let's look at NVIDIA too. Ooh, let's get rid of that. Oh, hey, I have no idea what I did, but that's cool. See if it does it on NVIDIA. That's cool. Oh, look at that. I don't know what I did, but that's cool. All right, so we're testing this high over here. This could be, let's come to my NVIDIA 24-hour chart. I'll show you guys where I have that bigger money on NVIDIA over here. 197.40. No, correction. 184.90. $184.90. Qubit. Tuck, how many trades do you take a day? So many lines on here. I only meant to do one. Remove. Oh my goodness, look at all these lines. Okay. Put one on. Earnings is back in March. Put it over here. Draw on crude. Yeah, 10:30 is crude oil price announcement. 184.90. Let's bring that up. All right, 0.9. So let's go to USO. Let's check out USO. What's going on over here? Let's look at it on a smaller time frame. Advancing to the upside after. Let's come back here. USO. Let's flip the charts here. Smaller time frame. Rigs count on Friday, another good indicator. All right. Bigger money is right there, 123. Announcements are out. I gotta figure out this whole buy stuff. Shopping cart. Ah, there we go. Let's do 100 shares day. I do this. Buy limit. Okay, so my order is in. Yes. Working orders. I like this. Okay, no working orders. Okay. Buy limit. SPY looking good. All right, I'm not having luck with that. I lost market. 50 cents. The big money is below. I'm going to give it 27. I'm going to let it retrace just, no, it's not going to retrace. Okay. Positions, we're in. $123.27, 123. Let's put this right here. Let's come to the 45-minute. Put it down here. All right, we're hitting my 33 exponential right now. In profit just a bit. Could see that this pulls back. This could be initial pop off of the news. SPY looking good. All right, we got another leg up here. Oh, I thought this was 5 minutes. There we go. I'm overextended. TSLL, see, there you go. That's why I got it. Oil draw tends to be usually pretty good for Tesla, which makes sense, right? The more that oil is going up, the more that Tesla is going to make money because people are going to want the electric cars. I'm going to Tesla over here. Let's look at it on a, yeah. Let's go ahead and take a little long on Tesla on that. $377.40. Let's go ahead and place that order. Let's go market. Nope, too much. There we go. All right. I've got the big guys at $375.98. $375.98. You're bird watching? How's that bird watching going? Ah, it's all good, Tack. Why are you sorry? Right now, the USO trade is doing well and the Tesla trade is doing well. I'm going to put on a little fib over here again. Let's quick, go to 45 minutes. Look at that rip. Wowee, look at her go. See, I wanted it to be a short, but it wasn't happening. So let's go to a 15-minute chart here. This is 10 o'clock. All right, this might be a bit of toppiness here. I'm going to play it safe and bring it to just, oh, stop myself out there. That's an area that maybe that's it. Maybe that's all she. BP. I'm going to bring it back over to USO. Let's tighten the stop there. So I did have a good trade on Tesla. I had the right direction. Let's put this here at my 33 exponential. No matter what, it's a good trade here with $8 profit. Maybe this is that move. It's going to come back down to 376.36. Let's go back to Tesla and see if it bounces off of 376.36. Right here. 29, sorry. This is a 10:30, getting ready for the London market close. Those that were taking profit, if we go below 375.96 and 376.02, I will take a short. So let's go here, 376.02. I really want to short it today. Can you tell? I'm just like, I'm hungry for that short. All right, there we go. I will set. All right, let's go smaller. If it goes below, I will go short. But right now, it's not. Ah, my pleasure, Scotty. But this is where you guys can, it's managing risk, right? It's all about managing risk. Trading anything and everything is all about managing risk. Hey, thanks for the like. Yeah, you guys, and bring more people too. Like, it's not just the benefit of trade the pool is also managing the risk, right? Learning how to trade. When you guys utilize the software, you have to learn the software. You guys have seen me like learning the software. This is day one trading really with this software. So it's me navigating that, but managing the risk the entire time. That is the number one thing. For some reason, yeah, life is about managing risk. And in doing that, being a good trader, you learn how to manage not only risk in your trading, but also in your life, right? Because there's one thing you can ever control in trading, and that's your reaction to the market. Also in life, the one thing you can control is how you react to any scenario. So when you're trading, you have to remember, hey, is this an emotional trade? Did I get into this because I was missing out? And you know what? Every trade is a fresh trade. Listen, I've traded this 3 times short. It was against me. So I traded long, and then it's a short little stop there. I'll bring this up here. Maybe it's going to 375.50. We're going to see, is this going to fade on the 45-minute? Do we have a nice little wick? Well, yes, we do. Could it come all the way back down here? 372.95, yes. 372.95 would put us at about the 8 EMA on the 15. Oh, look, they just flipped their position to 376.70. So wait, hold on, close. I'm going to move it up. I'm more confident, so I'm going to get in because this is 376.70. Do you go full size for your first trade? I'm doing full size my first trade. You know what? I will usually, well, since I'm also, since I have had a couple swings and misses here, which is fine, that's trading. 70% of the time, you're going to be right. That when I get into it and trading with different software, I will not go 100% in on one thing. Okay, that's cool, Shah. It ain't looking good for me so far. Why, Michael? What did you do? Remember, trading is an individualized thing. If you did something wrong, what did you do? You missed it in the prep because you were lazy and woke up late. All right, so if you know that, how are you going to manage yourself? How are you going to manage yourself so you don't do that? Are you going to say, I need to trade my setup? What do you need to do to protect yourself? You know what I'm finding? Here's the thing. I used to manage the chat more than the trade, but the software makes it super easy to manage the trade. So now I can chat. I can do that. Here's what I can't do. I cannot type and have a conversation. I cannot do texting and have a conversation because I'm an audible learner. All right, so I think I might be getting stopped out here. We're above that big money level, 377.40. We've got this Camarilla right here. It could pop. What's my stop? 377.85. Let's see if it rolls over here. You don't know how these hosts trade. Engage in the chat and do a live show all at once. You know what? Listen, I used to, you know what? That's mom life. That is mom life at its finest. Thank you, Mike. Hard to go short, Steve. Yeah, you know what? Do you see this head and shoulders setting up here? It could fail. 65% of the time it does fail. So the failure would be just above this wick to me. Well, here's the thing, Mike, don't revenge trade, right? Revenge trading is not worth it. I'm still in my USL long over here too, huh? Let's check that out. See, like the long is outweighing that. If I double click on that, okay, it brings me, I should have this positions yellow. There we go. See? All right, USO. All right, so my stop loss, let's bring that up just a bit right there. All right, where's my stop loss now? $15 profit versus 93. Every cup and handle begins with a head and shoulders. I'm not, it's a lot. Listen, I've been day trading for 11 years and swing trading since 2000. You know what, Shad? Listen, honestly, like the more you practice, if you concentrate on the trading, now I'm in 2 trades and I'm just letting them work. All right, let's look at Bird. Don't feel bad, Michael. Here's the thing. Trading teaches you to manage your emotions. Yes? So this one has a before lunch push, before 11 o'clock, before the London market closes. Could this have another run to it? Yes. Let's check and see where. I really like looking to see where that bigger money is because that helps me make a determination. They're still down here. Watch. Up next, maybe they're going to have an offering. How many shares are in the float on this one too? 5.5 million. This has life-changing abilities, but look at the volume. Look at the volume here. Once it hits this wick, it's going to have a quick pop maybe to 16 and fail. Let's go from the low here, boom. 1650. Is the risk of 1650 worth it for seeing that the volume is dropping? Bird is up. Yeah, I had a quick little trade on it earlier today. IGB. Oh, look. USO is really rocking now. I'm going to just come back to this and monitor this. IGV, time 3 minutes. We got to see. All right. If you guys are enjoying the live stream, definitely tweet it out. All right. Let's move this on up. I'm going to put it on up here and monitor this, bring it on over to my 8 right there. That's 3 minute. Let's look at a 5 minute. All right, we're hitting a Camarilla right here, which is why it's stalled. And moving averages, we've got bigger money at 124.49. I think you are used to autopilot mode a lot. It should help you let it run. Some people, it's hard. You know what? It's a trust thing. Trust your trading analysis. Trust your trading plan. Listen, I've had losses on Tesla, right? I could lose again on Tesla. But I know that at the end of the day, also perfectionists have a very hard time. This is what I'm looking at. The volume is dropping. We're starting to slow. The bigger money has now moved up to 377.04. That's why I couldn't short as much, because I was still in the USO long. I thought I already got stopped out there. It's funny. 377.40. We're really hitting this Camarilla right here. You see this orange line? That's what I've got to get them put on over here. So I have that done. Thanks, Snowman. All right. Uh-oh. I think I'm going to get stopped out for the 4th time on Tesla, but I'm not going to take it personal, right? There's nothing personal about trading. I set my risk. Will I get max loss on that one? 43.50. Where's my price? Let's go working orders. Stop loss for Tesla, 377.85. Come on, drop down. Lots of room for Microsoft. Oh, I just got stopped out. There you go. It looks a lot like Tesla. Look, it's also hitting a Camarilla from yesterday. Talk, are you sure? Do you have your stop set there, Talk? I'm going to come back to the one that's working. All right, so worst case scenario, I lock $38 over here. You trade according to tax year. MU's reversing. Look at that. Nice. We got a nice, yeah, here we go. Cup, handle. Let's measure our depth measuring tool. Down here to here is 1.85. So if I were to be more aggressive, I add 1.85 from, we'll call it right here. So 1.85, let's put up here. Yeah, I saw that EYU was really rocking this morning. And look at that, we're hitting the 33 exponential on the 45-minute for USO. Maybe I need to tighten it. Microsoft, 453. What? $124.49. Let's come back into the shorter time frame over here. Maybe I want to tighten it up a bit more. We'll go just below that candle there. $45. We're hitting a lot of moving averages. People call it spaghetti. Jane, it's so busy on your chart. Yeah, but this is why it's slowing down. So is the power of the shorter time frame going to cause it to rip before these selling algos sell it? Let's see, Bird. I said 1650 before it kicks the bucket. I should just put it on over here. I don't think it's going to go that high. Personally, Steph. But hey, if it does and you're in it, that's awesome. Go for it. I think, you know, a 1650 is the max, but it's slowing down right here. Do we have TTM squeeze over here? No. I wonder if I can import. I'll have to import them if I can figure it out. Collapse all, expand all. Tesla 2-minute 9 and 20 EMA trend. Tesla's the one that got away from me today. I'm still not trusting it. They did move it up though. Michael, no, you got to practice, Michael. Position was removed. Okay, I got stopped out. I'm out of my USO trade. You forgot what to do. How long have you been trading, Michael? All right. We're getting into the 11 o'clock hour. We're starting to see that the... Oh, here it is. Here it is. Finally. No, just kidding. That's on USO. I was thinking that was Tesla. What are you talking about, guys? Yeah, no worries. Oh, it's so tempting. The volume is dropping. It's all good. So you got pivot points down here. How can I do that? How can I put this? Ooh, main chart. Ooh, okay. Hey, look at that. Okay, let's see here. You guys, I'm done trading for now, but I just figured out something. Settings. Nope, cancel. Ooh, volume profile. Look at this, visible. I don't want the histogram. Step calculations. I just want the point of control. How about that? Calculation period. Keep range. Font color. Let's see. Apply. I see nothing. Where is... Yeah, my pleasure, Tack. It's been fun. I had a good time. You guys got me trading the degenerate birds. See what's going on with bird. Yeah, starting to slow it down. You can see there's a hard wall right here, 1348. You see that? Pretty big wall, lots of wicks, lots of selling. It is an ascending triangle. We had that here. We did have the push up. Could we have another one? Yes, volume is starting to drop off. The London market is starting to close. Should I? Let's do it for fun. How about this? Let's go in positions. Nope. Let's go into order entry. Let's do a bird short. Let's short 100 shares. I'm going in. All right. My risk is going to be up above 48 right here. My take profit is going to be down here, 921. I'm going against this big volume. Oh, look, just flipped 1093. Which makes sense that they had it there. Look at how long it held there. Right? Still going against the bigger money, which is kind of against my rules. So if I get burned here, you'll know why. I broke a rule. Let's go to a 3-minute. $11 a.m. Well, that's okay. Do you have to trade every day? I see a little flag setting up here. Want to be extra cautious. I don't really want to give back all the profits today. Tightening it up here. My entry is 1278. Just going to add it on over here so I have a better picture. And let's go to a 1 minute chart. 1 minute chart from the top up here. Let's go from open 1331. 1094. Okay, so 1331 is where I see bigger money that's sold from really our run up over here. So when we break out from this point, where's the next biggest volume? 1331. There's a battle going on right now. On the 26th, it's hitting my 26 simple here. It's holding that as support and the 33. Let's bring it down to 1 minute. Come on. See the volume up, down. Oh, now it's starting to, looks like it wants to tick and fade down here on the TTM squeeze. Come on. It's teeter-tottering. Of course, look at me trading this one up 1306, big volume. That's the big money volume right there at 1306. So it's either going to fail here feel like it might get burned. We've got wicks either way. You see the wick up, wick down, wick up, wick down. Pulling it down a little bit. I don't want to have a big loss if I'm going to have a loss, right? On it. It could be a big win. We could be like Kevin on this one. Come on. Drop it down. Come on. I want to see it break that 33 and hit 1217, right? And that should be pretty fast. We're 1103. Margin calls for Europe are probably going out. I'm tightening this up. Minimizing my stop here. $36 if I'm wrong. Yeah, BATL. Let's see, right? Is this going to be the push to the downside or to the upside? Do I want to stay green on this trade? You should keep an eye on Rito because that's the only possible bird replacement. Oh yeah. All right. So I'm going to bring it down. Oh, just kidding. I didn't get a chance. There's a battle there. I'll bring it down to the low here. Just below 12. If it rips, it's going to be really fast. I don't want to be caught on that. Volume, we're starting to see TTM squeeze down here to the negative on the 1 minute. And Redo flushed hard, bird squeeze inbound. Maybe, maybe not, Tokido. Maybe it's going to be just the opposite. Right? I'd like another red candle here, and then I'm going to move my stop into the profit zone. Oh, see, there you go. Boom, look at that squeeze. Yep. I said I don't want to be there. If it goes, I could have had a exponential loss there, but I minimized it, right? I would not go long or short right now. It's still sort of an indecision mode. All right, guys, I hope you have a great trading day. I like to always wrap it up on my live streams. Carpe Profit sees those profits one trade at a time. Have a great day. I will see you all tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock over here on Trade the Pool. If you guys also like what I do, you can come and join me 8:15 on my live streams that I do on my channel and YouTube. So thank you, Flash. Love to hear that. And you know what, Mike, don't beat yourself up. We are our hardest critics. Just review what you did or didn't do and just try to get better a little bit every day. All right. Thank you, guys. Have a great one. Yeah, it's Airplane Jane. Sorry, if you guys don't already know, it's Airplane Jane. And definitely check out, for the newer traders, Mike, I don't know, just check out Trade the Pool, for trading, for the trading challenges, to get yourself an account to trade with it, right? Let's see, did Tesla finally crack? No, it continued. Oh no, it's cracking. Cracking. Do we want to take that? What do you guys think? I'm hungry for a short. Can you see? All right, come on. No, I'm not going to do it. You know why? Because the big volume is below. The other one, at least on Bird, it popped above. Okay, cool. So just a minute. You guys have any other questions that you'd like to ask me before I head out? We're going to get the scanners up.
Welcome, everybody. It is lunchtime. I am Steve. It's Trade the Pool, and we're going to do a little bit of a review here, talking about what we've seen so far in the cash session here today. It's been a fun one, so we've got some nice continuation through the morning. Now we are in a holding pattern, waiting and seeing where we might go next. Let's switch from 1 minute here to, let's go to a 15, get our bearings. So we had our big megaphone that we had been watching for a breakout. We got it at the end of the day, not yesterday, but the day before. That followed through with nice continuation all day long. We are looking to maintain that momentum, but we are running perhaps a bit long in the tooth here on this rally, right under the 700. So the question is, do we need to surge up and sweep 700 before a pullback? Are we seeing that pullback now? Let's find out. Afternoon, Ingrid. How you doing? We're going to zoom on into a 5 minute here. We are seeing some bottom wicks, some potential reaccumulation after a little bit of a washout there into the morning highs. So I'm seeing this as an area of interest for sure, this morning area. And I think it might be a little bit more well defined with this pre-market high here. Is that the level? Yeah, that's the level where we really tagged into. So that pre-market high is the bottom of the zone. The opening range high is going to be the top of that zone, and that represents exactly where the buyer stepped in. So this, pretty darn sure for me, is going to be our pivot. Let's see, maybe draw it out just a little more there. Yeah. Close enough there. So we are still finding a buyer. Be careful shorting this. It is still a very tough short. What I will say is if this area does reject with these moving averages, we could potentially see a short opportunity. But let's start framing that here. We are now over the falling, flattening 50, this white line here. So a bit of a cluster, strong push up here. What I would potentially want to see, if I was a bear, was a wick up into this imbalance right here, and then a rejection. So that'd be the next kind of stop where I would be thinking, hey, maybe there could be a seller. This imbalance, this previous range low, or micro range low. And we're just seeing surging up through this empty space there. Very strong through this 1 minute W base. Let's see what happens when it hits this imbalance. I would be very careful shorting. Hey, Javi, what's up? Oh, all right. I hear some rumbling about. You gotta, let's see, give me a little something. Let me know you're ready. There it is. All right.
How we doing, brother?
We got my man Josh in the house. I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Oh man, good. Okay. Bird. Check out Bird. Larry Bird, baby. Check out Larry Bird right now.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Yeah, right. Gee, golly. It makes that pre-market move look so little now.
I know, and this was what? $2. This was a double and a half.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Let's see what we can see. I guess an arrow works. I wanted a ruler. I wanted to know exactly how much it went up. Holy. 269.69. Very nice percentage there. You gotta love it. Josh, did you catch any of this one?
What's so funny? Unfortunately, this is great. So I'm a bounce trader, right? For the most part, I do like breakouts when they get real extreme. I actually wasn't anticipating the one at the belt, so I let it build up the consolidation that it did there. The next 45 minutes or so from around 960s, 1060s, where the real bottom was right around 1060, 1050. So it squeezes up to new high of day right about an hour after the opening bell and hits right around $14 on the dot. I'm looking at this on my live stream going, yes, now I can come back down and 1065 is going to be the bounce. But at the same time, now pull up ANL. I do squirrel, and ANL is halting down and up and all over the place, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on here.
What is going on there?
Yes, right. And then in the 5 minutes, I go over and talk about that because it had gapped down so huge, halted down, then gapped all the way back up, and I'm sitting there going, "How market makers make it make sense? Make the math because it ain't math in here. If I'm halted down at 720, how do I gap back up to 10?" So then what happens right when I do that? Freaking bird goes right down to 1065, and I didn't put limit orders in, and I'm cussing like a seabird on the live stream going like, no. And look, from there, it literally rips right back on up to highs, into new highs. So that was the literal dip I wanted was at 1050, 1060 area.
Man, that's crushing. And it's like literally just okay, so we got the clear flag breakout. Everybody and their mom is bullish this thing, and then it just gives you a gnarly red candle. Where does it do it? It holds exactly where it needs to, right into your level, Josh. Just tags this back line here and then off to the races, reclaims those 1 minute moving averages. Oh, what a move.
Yeah, and so
that's
that
something.
Point,
that's crushing.
So I wanted to like, hey, I still like it at 1065. So I had orders in there that I just canceled. It was like, yeah, I doubt I'm seeing 1065 today. And it raced. It just kept racing up. And at that point, I wanted 14. You know, the old resistance at 14. That little flat plat there. You know, to come back off of it. Nope. It just then got parabolic and then said, nope, forget your bounce plays.
Boom, boom.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Then I got into one-on-one after that, and I just stopped looking at it for a little bit. But yeah, it was one where I had it, and I never like. Yeah, it's one of those things where you like, I can't believe like I was some live stream talking about like I always do a lot of different things, and bottom I see that pop up. I'm like, ooh yes, 1065 is gonna be it. I'm literally okay. I'm gonna say that in a second. I'm gonna finish my thought here on ANL, my rant on ANL, what's going on here, and then let's alert the tens. And so then my rant unfortunately continued to where I maximized the sell, and I was only looking at ANL. And man, as soon as I undid that and went back to my quad grid where I'm looking at multiple charts like you do, I'm like, no, jig, no, bleep, 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 bleep.
That'll get you, brother. I'm sorry to hear that. I am seeing potential. You seeing the potential weakness here?
Yes.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if this is a wait and see what it does, maybe buy the dip at 1350 with this volume shelf here, but I am seeing just holding on for dear life to the top of this big top volume shelf. And I see potential for a little quick shot back down to, I think it's your level down here, Josh. Right about right about 14, something like that. So that's what I would kind of entertain with the stop over the kind of high of this consolidation pattern, as well as that's like roughly the high volume node of this top high volume node. So I would like to see just a quick little knife down here and retransact. You might get a little scalp there, just throwing it out there.
Just throwing it out there.
Just throwing it out there. But it has been it's been a little bit of a frustrating day for me. My top setup just it might be ready now, but it just took me for a little run. I got into ARM right around here, 158, so not quite the low of the day, but so basically trying to buy this dip. My zone was like 159 to 158, looking for a buy there. Started to get the move. Took a little nap before this, woke up like, okay, all right, I guess I was wrong here. But I think that I'm still right. It just needs a little more time. So I'm giving it till the end of the day to shape up a little bit, and till the end of the week to really prove myself. You can come down here to 153, 152, but it should be holding there. And then I'd really like to see us just powering up here. We are rejecting this top line, so I got to respect that. But I think it just wants to do a cheeky little kind of back test of this pivot, perhaps. So I want to give it just a little room. This is a position trade and just the first tester. But it's always so hard for me, Josh, because I love taking a little bit of a position. Maybe it's a little bit early, and then building into it as it works. But it's so hard when I take that first nibble and it doesn't work, not to just sell it and forget the strategy. But the strategy is kind of tranche in there. So we'll see how it goes. But it's so far not much action for me today, despite the pretty good trading that has been available on SPY on the indices here.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Tesla move, I had that earlier. It was in right at 380. I said, this has legs of 385, I bet. And then to see it go all the way to 395. Yeah, we've had some moves today, my friend.
This is an insane ripper. I'm so glad I got out of my shorts a couple days ago here on Tesla and Palantir, because man, it's been the tail of the tape is just holding a little bit too long is incredibly punishing to the downside, and you can see that short. I'm wondering, is this a short? It's kind of rejecting this 50-day, and this has been a great opportunity to short in the past. I will say though that man. If this is the trend break, I wouldn't be surprised, because this has been an absolute brutal downtrend, and this is a pretty notable pop here on quite high volume. I'll say decent volume at least. How are you feeling about this? Do you think this is dead cat, or do you think this is the beginning of the bottom process for Tesla?
Yeah, it's a good one. But kind of like what we've been talking about, like same with the SPY and all these other tickers, was that just it? Was this the move down and now we're just going ripping right back on up? I know some are in different states, like PLTR has even had a massive, continuation down into last Friday, and is trying to pop back up. But some plays are popping up, or were popping up earlier, like SPY. However long it's 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, we're at the 630 mark. So, I'd say up. Honestly, it just seems like that was it, and we're gonna him this whatever the problem with Iran and settle that out, and then it's only going to spike up and go for more. Oil prices drop down again. That's just what seems like for me what's going to happen, but we'll see.
I mean, we are. So are we? Did we hit the all-time highs?
We're right at it.
Did we do it?
Well, I know, and the 4 hour had it at 99. Yeah, 97.84 is all-time high in market.
Wow. All right. So that's what we're playing footsies with here. That makes sense. It sure seems like this is a lockout rally, and like, hey, I don't know. It's very hard to buy here is the thing, which also gives. I was hearing Jane talking about how everybody wanted to short, and that's what caused that squeeze in Tesla. And I mean, everybody wants to short this on the way up. It's a pretty hated rally, and do they let bears out? I don't know. I feel like they might just run it kind of ridiculously pretty soon here. I mean, it's already been ridiculous, but I don't know, because I guess my thought process is stemming from Palantir coming to my shorting level and me not really being ready to short. Like we are just kissing all-time highs here on SPY. Obviously, a lot of relative weakness on Palantir. It's nowhere near its all-time highs. But what I will say is that it is not really showing much weakness. If SPY does go for the breakout, why can't this go back to the midpoint of its range, or at the very least potentially sweep some of these top wicks of this range? Why can't I draw? Give me my rectangle. There it is. So I don't know. For me, there's a lot of kind of binary like breakpoints that like either we're into a resistance and we're going to roll hard, or we're going to surge through that and definitively break out and not look back. And I think Amazon's a good example of where my gut feel on this was wrong. And I think a lot of people's gut feel was wrong here, where it was trading up and putting a top wick into this downtrend line. To me, I was like, this just surged up here. It's got this hollow space. It just hit resistance. It should come back down at the very least right here, maybe down here, could come all the way back. And yet, no, it was just too much. It was too low for too long, and now it's ready to go test up higher. So I'm seeing that in a lot of names. Makes me really hesitant on trying to catch any move to the downside. But it also makes me hesitant to get into anything long. Right, Josh, how would you kind of look at this? These kind of big binary breakpoints like that. Like, should we be waiting for the back test and confirm, or for that to get lost to do anything here?
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, it's one of those things where I love having that. So me as a bounce trader, I mean, it was funny if you even pulled up that bird downtrend break that you had there. Remember, if you pulled up the bird chart again, you put a downtrend on that break there, that flag break. I don't know if you had that line still or not. But
wow,
the first
look
break,
at that. Bounce.
And here we go. So what you would look for here is a reclaim back down. Like you see, come back down, and then maybe even retest the downtrend line itself. You'll see that a lot of the time. It's one of those things. If you miss the boat, don't it's not like it's gone forever. Think of it as a cruise, and that Carnival cruise will come right back to that dock, and you can get the next one. If you weren't in already on the first cruise, you got to think of it that way. I mean, when I'm trying to get in at 1060, there were probably some traders going, "You're nuts. This place we're working off a high of day that sharp, and we're this high up. No way, I wouldn't take that." And you go back, and now it's at 24. Or it went to 20. It went to 24, but. Yeah, it's listen, there's gonna be more. There's more boats. Some people got into the boat at 2s, the 4s, the 8s. Down to me, I want to get in. Finally, I find an area like at 10. So that's the one thing I want traders to understand. There's gonna be many boats coming in and out of the harbor. You just need to find the one that you want to get on and just wait for it. It'll come back. So find the boats you like the most. Go wait. It'll come back. I promise you. Have the patience. Yeah,
I love that. It's kind of like what is it like? I mean. What am I talking about? You already did a great metaphor there, the boat. But it'll come for you. It reminded me of Mario. Like the old platformers, where like there'll be like a rotating platform or something, and you got to make the jump, And sometimes you're like, I'm gonna miss it. I gotta wait for it to come around again.
Yes.
You don't just jump just because.
Yeah, I'm just going. Oh well, there he goes.
Yeah. If your friend jumped off of Princess Peach's castle, would you? It's like,
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend it. So we'll see if we get your little bird path here. I don't know if this is exactly what you're talking about, but a little pullback into this kind of downtrend line, and then kind of continuing this cup up that I am seeing, kind of like right in this consolidation.
That's exactly what happened earlier. Exactly what I was talking about happened earlier, because you put that downtrend line in, it broke that downtrend line from the flag. So that flag overall held that downtrend, broke it, came back, retested it, and was a beautiful, beautiful touch of it, and then squeezed right off of it. You can see right there.
Yeah. Boop. Yeah, absolutely. And you start to see the abstract shape kind of taking form here, and like you just kind of look at where it kind of expands to, look at where it's expanding to, and you can kind of see it start to cup out here and cup out here. And on a higher time frame, a really good example of this was NBIS on a daily chart, where it was very, very hard to read if you were stuck kind of playing like, oh man, well now this looks really strong. Oh, well now this looks really strong. Oh, well now this looks really strong. But if you just kind of took the overall trend, what you could see was a really nice kind of like overall cup shape.
Right.
That was tough to read outside of like these kind of much bigger just overall shapes. Sorry, it's a coloring book hour here, but essentially what I'm trying to fast. I would love to do like a Bob Ross kind of thing here, but what I'm kind of trying to get at and illustrate is just that there is this overall kind of shape and structure and flow to this chart, where sure it is going up and down and up and down and up and down, but if you just smooth that all out, it's got a curved, curling up shape, showing that it really did want to exit this range to the top side more than the bottom side. So just something that you can look for.
I've said that for so long. Like you'll see it in small caps like intraday, a 3 minute, 1 minute, 5 minute time frame. We're sitting there doing that all throughout the day, just kind of coming back on around. Where I get the camera. Yeah, we're just kind of like doing it, but it's choppier. But if but it's doing that pattern. It's down, 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 kind of levels out, and now it's starting to work its way back up. But if you just look overall and kind of connect the dots, what we're doing here, beautiful right there, my friend. That's absolutely gorgeous. Got to see the big.
And let's see. Exactly. That kind of zoom out really helps you kind of get your bearings, because otherwise it's so easy to get lost in the chop, lost in the sauce, as they say. So let's see. Gold, I feel like, is one thing that I'm really watching close here as well. It's just acting so strong at such an interesting point to me over these moving averages. They're all starting to kind of come together. You see that like the fanning is just tightening between the white and the blue, coming together around this yellow pivot. Yep. So I really like this kind of look, because like we're talking about on a higher time frame, I feel like we're kind of seeing this big old flag starting to take form here. And I think that you can kind of look at this. Think about it, Josh. This is kind of how I think about it. I see this as like a big old W play, but it's just kind of at a downward angle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so still the same W base that we look for.
You'll see Head and Shoulders that way too as well. Where the Head and Shoulders is kind of seeing it a little bit one way or the other a little bit,
Absolutely. So I kind of think about it more like this, where it's this pattern with this neckline, and I think that as long as we can roughly hold, where's my line? Right in this kind of area, then we get the big expansion out of this base. This W measured move, roughly to sweep this high at the very least. So it's like 480-ish or something there. So I think it's a place to be. I'm keeping gold on my focus list as well as silver, because I think that this one is it's a little more. Whoa, did that come from my other chart? All right, I think it's doing the same thing, but just a little bit more kind of compressed. If you kind of take away this surge, so I would just kind of eliminate this whole bit of price action. Just look at it in this kind of way. See, it's the same kind of W base there. And Josh, you were talking about like how it could be a head and shoulder, or how you could see head and shoulders like that too. Well, this is kind of just like an inverse head and shoulders almost, or at least it's got like the middle part and then the right shoulder there, left shoulder, something like that. What I kind of have grown to believe over the years is like it's less about, oh, this is this exact pattern, this is this exact pattern, and kind of a lot of patterns are telling us the same things, right? Like whether it's a cup and handle or an inverted head and shoulders, it's both showing like, oh, there was a big move down, and now the next move down is being absorbed, and that selling pressure is not as strong as it was.
Yeah.
So
it's kind of like shapes. You just see them over and over and over, and you start to notice them how frequently, and then how some do play out and some don't. But it's just the generality of you're looking ahead of time almost. You're trying to forecast. Like I'll say, like we're like meteorologists, we're trying to. This comes together and this comes together and we'll get this system, so to speak.
Yeah.
Will it all come together? We don't really know, but we see some things forming that could possibly produce, like us in Arkansas, and like this last year this year we got some in January where usually don't get, like we're getting them more often now, but usually, we're not anticipating 6 inches. We get 6 inches or more of snow in a day, like in our system. That's a lot for us, or anything close to a foot, which we got this year. But then, like it's that whole week leading into it where they don't want to tease it too much. We're like, this has to come together. Maybe this does. And so we're seeing this so far. It could happen. We're not saying it is yet. We got to get closer to and then boom. And then eventually all those things did come together. And then we got the beautiful snowstorm. So I say snow, some unfortunate was ice was mixed in it too as well. Luckily for us, not that much compared to south of us. But anywho, but yeah, and that's what it is in stock trading where you're kind of forecasting these things. You're looking forward. Are they going to happen? And then you play them as they do or do not.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And yeah, it's just like a weather forecast. They'll say like probability, chance of rain, and that'll change, from one day to another. Well, hour to hour, just like those hourly forecasts, the clouds move and we see the sunlight, parting or, it's all changing in real time. And SPY here, for example, in the morning, you can't argue with the strength, but as we've progressed, it hasn't been able to progress too constructively here in the past hour or so. So we drop out, we come back. But SPY on the daily, it got, actually, no, it's 4 cents away from the all-time high, I guess. So technically, it still has unfinished business up there, and it is showing that there is a seller trying to defend that. So how does this progress? I would imagine that it wants to sweep, but I could also see how that would be a logical place for sellers to hold the line and kind of say, hey, we waited this whole time. We're going to make them think that you get that last little bit. Josh, I think we were talking about this exact concept before too. The most expensive eighth of a candle.
Yeah,
or whatever it was.
Yes. Exactly.
So I would like to see us squeeze, clear that out, and then sell off pretty decently, maybe back to 690 or so, and just rebase, chill out, kind of trade sideways or something.
What was the form at 25 after? It seemed like everything, especially like NVDA, I was watching it and SPY took a dump there at 12:25 Eastern. What was that?
Oh, 12:25?
Yeah, right there. Yeah, everything kind of, well, at least a couple of the plays I was looking at did.
I honestly couldn't tell you. I was asleep at this point.
Oh, I love it.
So I would assume somebody said something a little bit, I don't know. We can look for a tweet. I'll pull up Walter Bloomberg and see if he was doing anything, tweeting anything going on there. Because otherwise,
a big pullback there, and I noticed it at the same time for NVDA, and of course I was watching Tesla, and that's when its pullback from high of day started. So yeah, right around 12:25 Eastern, I was like, what in the world happened there? I just noticed it as I got back from. I took a little break while you were waking up. I was taking a little break from before I got to this live stream, and yeah, I came back in and said, whoa, what the heck happened there? And yeah, I didn't see anything myself. Yeah, I didn't see anything myself, so I just didn't know if you knew anything. Or... Snowman's just Power Hour today. I guarantee Steve will be here for Power Hour today.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yeah, there was a little technical difficulty yesterday. Sorry, I couldn't make it in. But yeah, we're good to go for the rest of the usual Monday to through Thursday schedule there. Just in 3 minutes ago, Trump to hold a roundtable in Las Vegas tomorrow. So I have no idea what that means. Right. So I'm going to try to figure out a little more, but let's see. How long ago was this? We sold off about 50 minutes ago, 45 minutes ago or so.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay, so let's find a headline. ECB policymakers wary of April rate hike as there is no evidence yet of second round inflation effects. That was not it. There was some 30 minutes ago. Was I'm a little. I'm not seeing a clear headline to cause that drop.
Yeah, it could have been a sell off there.
Yeah, and sometimes it's like just kind of this pressure that's like been building up in this whole attempt to push 3 times basing area, and then it's like, all right, if we're not gonna break out here, then fine. Like all of the strength that was kind of pushing us up can come out really quickly, and they can say, hey, I'm gonna wait to get back in. When we drop to a more key support level, which I guess today seems to be the 696 kind of band, maybe 696 to 695.50. So I don't know. I think that we are kind of mechanically we need to hit the new all-time high and potentially up to 700, which would be crazy. I don't think we do it today, but like we might just be kind of getting dragged, just kicking and screaming up there, and everybody's mad. Everybody's like underallocated for the most part, it feels like. Yeah. And sometimes that can lead to these real just aggressive squeezes. So right now I'm just watching this previous seller seems to be getting backed off, but he might be like fighting for this. See, it's we popped it. We had popped it before and then lost it. So this is the kind of area that I'm interested in seeing the sellers either get squeezed through or them stepping back in. But to me, it is looking like we got unfinished business to the north. Yeah. You can say maybe a little 1 minute megaphone there too. Ooh. I just keep seeing like bad patterns. Like this looks like a rising wedge, then it does flush out, but then it just kind of rips back on up and rebases, restructures, and finds a way to make a move higher. So we'll see if we can kind of continue to climb that wall of worry. And we should also keep an eye on oil, because that's going to give us some hints too on how much war premium is still being held on to and how much we're kind of just willing to bet on a recovery here. So far today, we had the pretty big pop midday, kind of got ignored. And now it's kind of coming back and retesting this breakout level. So another interesting pivot to watch on USO here, the bottom of the high volume shelf at 123.50. Keep an eye there.
Give me back down into the 60s.
It's I'm ready. I'm ready to wrap up this whole war thing. Let's get oil back down to it. I don't think it'll be 60 again for a while, but let's do 80 to 90 for a while. Let's just cool off.
Anything cheaper would be nice. I do have a daily trend line that we're pretty much bouncing off of on the hourly there, so it's right around 120, 121. So it's a nice smooth uptrend. So if it cracks that, I would love to see it. And then of course, I don't know how much charting a lot of the time even comes into play when it comes to oil and the Trump and the tweets. You can get erratic moves up and down regardless, but I do have an uptrend we're pretty much kind of riding back down into. So yeah, I love, I mean, just for gas price purposes, but yeah, I don't.
And I think, sorry, didn't mean to cut you out there.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, just to be nice to end the war. Yeah, I was like, yeah, give me some cheaper oil.
You're telling me. Less death of my wallet at the gas station. That's been rough. So I've been doing some public transit. I haven't done that in a while. I've been doing some just some indoor activities, going out less. But it's I think it's time. And so what I was gonna say is when you do have technical setups going into something that is clearly not just about what's you can't just look to the left and infer what's going to happen in the Middle East going forward. But looking to the left can infer like the scope and size of the moves that you might get in one direction or the other, based on, whether that kind of news plays out. So right. That's how I kind of look at it. Like all of the years of basing, or at least months of basing on USO, where it was not selling off on bad news, that was like hinting at what was going to happen. There were smart. Let's see, smart. Sorry, I got distracted by a message there. There are smart people or investors who are kind of banking on the probabilities of this conflict getting higher and higher and higher and higher, and the chart starts to reflect that in the accumulation until boom, there's your trigger. But if the probabilities went, creeping higher, 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 and then we got dovish news, that wasn't about the war, that was about resolving the tensions that the market had been kind of banking on spilling over, well, then we would have seen this whole accumulation turn into distribution, because all of the people who bought it would sell it very fast, because the setup probabilities change drastically. So that this couldn't be predicted so much as the probabilities just kept inching higher with every headline, with every bit of friction that grew, until there was a flashpoint and we got the headline that kind of set off the powder keg. So now it's like, if the war is going to last another couple months, if the strait is not going to be open for another couple months, then this is not accurately reflecting that. I see this more as like, it looked like things were getting very, very bad, and now things are in a kind of a holding pattern. Like, hey, there's a chance for a clear resolution, and the market really wants to believe that that's the case. But Josh, I just want to note, like, we're still just kind of hanging out in the middle of this range on oil. So the oil market has not said war is over yet. The oil market says, hey, let's chill and wait for more information. The equities markets, SPY is saying, hold my beer, we are going to all-time highs, any second now all-time highs, So somebody's wrong and somebody's going to get hurt. And I hope that it's oil bulls. But, this is a crazy, crazy expansive move. And you could lose a lot of that pretty quickly if that oil premium continues to be sticky and then we get a bad headline.
Sticky icky, baby. We don't like that. That's
a little spooky. Yeah, I mean,
Kool-Aid on your, you little Kool-Aid on your skin. Next thing your skin's all sticky. I was like, oh man, I can't be getting. That was always the worst as a kid. Like when you get that sugary whatever spilled on you, you're like, oh man, you're gonna get sticky. You gotta clean up right now.
Josh, I did French toast this weekend, and I love it. But the only thing that makes me question and doubt it every single time is just, no matter how much I damp a napkin, get it all around the spout of the maple syrup, it somehow magically gets me the tiniest bit sticky, and it just drives me absolutely insane. So it's the worst texture. But
I love the way it tastes though. Good gosh.
Yeah.
I mean, who doesn't love some classic, great, amazing maple syrup on some French toast, some pancakes, some waffles. Oh, good, yummy, my friend.
Got to get the bacon or the sausage on the side too. The sweet with the meat, and then bada bing, bada boom. It's kind of a Reese's, peanut butter and chocolate situation. You can't get better than that. So all right, I'm making myself hungry over here. I'm just waiting.
And I luckily don't eat. Well, I've trained my mom's like, how do you do that? But I don't eat till I do the fasting thing. I say fasting. I just got used to it. So I don't eat till about 1:30 in the afternoon. Yeah, SPY. Yeah, it's 1 cent away from in market all time high. Now it has a pre market or after hours at 6.99, somewhere right around there, 6.98, somewhere high close to 6.99. But hey, I'm not surprised. I mean, we've talked about this. I've said jokingly, hey, was it last week we're saying watch this move back up to all time highs, and that was the dip. That's all we have, and sure enough,
it's all she wrote.
JMX.
I wish. Yes, I wish I had played this better. I do admit, but I am so darn glad that I got out of my shorts. This is the scariest thing ever. Like, Trump's tweeting about Palantir 20 minutes after I sell. I'm like, oh my goodness. So I'm kind of counting my lucky stars, even though I'm pretty underallocated here. I'll admit I'm sitting about 45% cash still.
Okay.
So it feels bad. It just happened so fast, and I kept waiting for dips that didn't come. And then it's like, all right, if I can't allocate on the higher low that I wanted here at this is a 1 minute chart. What am I doing? It kind of looks like the daily chart, honestly. It's trading sideways for so long, big old wipeout, and then ripping it right back up.
Right.
Let's pull it to the daily here. It's the same chart. So I was really hoping for any kind of back tracing of this gap to buy into, of these moving averages. I have not gotten a single chance to buy it off my 9 moving average in 7% up. Like, my system is to buy it off that first retest. We've moved 6% in a straight line in 2 weeks without just giving a back test to this moving average. I thought that we'd surely get a back test of this 50-day. We literally never touched the 50-day. It just gapped above it and never touched it. So I had a lot of cash sitting waiting to do that. And obviously now, we're a little bit extended.
Yeah.
So, I mean, hey, I guess I'll play momentum. I'll add some cash momentum through all-time highs on things, which I should be. I mean, it's doing it right now, huh? So, Oh, I'll wait for the hourly close. But I don't know, Josh. It just feels really bad to buy a momentum breakout setup here. But otherwise, I'm not sure how I get more skin in the game and catch it if it wants to squeeze shorts more. What do you think? Are you just sticking with your small caps and just whatever comes in terms of the big stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. Yeah, there would be. I think down the line, I'm definitely going to be dabbling more into like the large caps, like investing wise, as I do this more and throughout the years. I should have, just like even that, seeing these moves back up and just certain things to take advantage of, which I just let that go. Like I literally go over a lot in my live stream, which I definitely was going over on my live stream about how you have to let stuff go. I mean, it was the one-on-one that I was talking, but yeah, you're going to see moves. There goes new all-time high, at least in market 698 on the dot. But yeah, it's one of those things where you're going to miss moves. You're going to miss moves all day, every day. Like I was showing you yesterday, like App had that huge move yesterday. Like every day there's going to be some big mover that you're not a part of. And you just have to let that go and take your trades as they come, and it's there. If you want to do this forever, that's the key to this for sure.
And there is going to be the first sell of all-time highs off new all-time highs. So let's start to gauge how the seller is kind of negotiating up here. How strong are they? Are they just nibbling, dipping their toes? We got to see how much of this is just, hey, new all-time high. There's a lot of passive sell orders there. Imagine how many people are like, sometime in the past month or two, like, if we get back to all-time highs, just please get me out. I'm not going to look until then. I'm waiting for that alert. Somebody just got the best alert of their phone, all year, and they're like, oh, oof.
Oh yeah,
that was rough. All right, so that's going to provide some sell pressure. The question is, are there going to be people who get that notification? They say, "Oh, it's my time to short. Here's the double top, baby," and I think they're wrong. But we gotta. It's a big line in the sand, so we gotta check it out.
Yeah,
hey, T-Web. Yeah, talking Bird. Let's pull up Bird.
Yeah, Bird's doing exactly what we said it was going to do, essentially. JMF though talking, and that's the thing. I'm pancakes, waffles, French toast. I'm probably going to go pancakes. Those are my favorite of the three. But
dang, Josh.
What's your favorite?
I'm like inverse you. I'm a French toast number one. I'm a French toast man at heart. I could eat that just about every meal of the day, and if I wouldn't get diabetes, I would. But waffles, I feel like are the superior flavor delivery vehicle. It's got all of the nooks and crannies. So I feel like
I just the pancakes. To me, they're bigger. Listen. I'm 200 pounds. I'm 6'3". I'm a big guy. I need a triple. And my pancakes are the size of my plate. The ones I make, they are literally bigger than my head. I mean, they are literally this big. Blueberry You could switch up pancakes. So here's my argument. You can't switch up waffles that often. You can't do. Not many people are doing chocolate chip waffles, blueberry waffles, strawberry waffles, confetti waffles. You don't see them at restaurants that often. When do you see them at restaurants? How often when you go to a restaurant do you see? You might see waffles at a breakfast restaurant. You always are going to see pancakes and then multiple. Is there a place called International Waffle? Is there a place called International? You got the Waffle House to give you that. Waffle House versus IHOP. There ain't a French toast place, brother. Listen, I like some French toast and it's good, but they're little. Listen, most French toast aren't that thick and they're just only triangles.
I am incredulous, Josh. Josh, are you gaslighting me, Chad? Am I being gaslit? He's saying you can go. You don't. First off, everybody knows it's IHOW. I mean, it just rolls off the tongue. I don't know what this Mandela effect stuff is. I don't know what your you said International House of Pancakes. If you say so, brother. But all I know is when I leave my front door in sunny California and I go down to my local waffle chain, there's all sorts of options for me. And I think they're superior. So my opinion is that it's.
I'll give you waffles, but French toast is only one way. You don't have blueberry French toast. You can't put the dressing on it. But
it's about the compote. It's about you got to compote, Josh. You got to take the fruits and you let it simmer. You let it cook a little bit, simmer. Get some bananas. Oh, it's so good, dude. You caramelize a banana, you throw it on there. Listen. On your burger, do you like caramelized onions?
Do you? Look, here's my next argument. How much cake have you eaten in your life?
How much cake have I eaten in my life? Are you calling me fat?
No, but how often do you have cake?
I don't know. Not
birthday parties.
Not enough.
You get my point.
Birthdays, yeah. Like maybe call it 10 times a year.
What do you think?
8 times a year.
Finish it. Pan.
Cake.
Baby, how many cakes do
Okay.
you make?
Okay.
It's cake. That's why
It's
to me
connected.
it's superior because now you're talking because it's a cake versus a waffle. What is that? So it's not a cake. French toast. That's
Josh.
toast. That's turned in French land. Now you get my point. I love.
I
all
feel like
three
you've
of them.
fallen for a great marketing campaign. So what I'm hearing is that French toast needs better PR. Like, why are we calling it French?
Yeah.
That's not helping.
Yeah,
That's not
come on.
helping. I
Come
mean,
on. But no, I will say my dad, for dinner, and I'll say this. I will say this is where then my argument goes for French toast. You can have it for dinner. And you can have waffles and pancakes for dinner, but my dad, and I still to this day, he'd make French toast and bacon and grits or whatever he'd all make. Oh my God. He never made pancakes for
That's
dinner.
wild.
Never made waffles for dinner. But like once every blue moon, we'd have French toast for dinner, and it was one of my favorite dinners. Oh man, I love French toast. I was just having fun. I felt we could have like a little podcast moment and go back and forth. I love all three of them. I probably would say pancakes my number one, but yeah, I would say that's the thing. I mean, yeah, I'd never had pancakes for dinner. I had French toast for dinner. It was one of my favorite dinners as a kid growing up when Dad would do French toast because of course it was homemade.
Sick.
Yeah, usually most people
awesome.
don't make the homemade waffles or French toast or pancakes, but my family did, and man, yeah, I love that's the difference between the frozen stuff, which is fine. But man, if you home make it and do it right, oh man, ain't nothing like some good old thick French toast pieces, man. And French toast sticks. See, I can spiel and go on French toast. You could have had pancakes.
see, that's another type of French toast.
I know. I was just giving you a hard time. I know. Trust me. I was pulling like that first take, that ESPN. Where you have
okay.
to take one side and I have to take the other.
Oh man, you're what's his name? Are you Stephen A. Smithing me? Yeah. Come on.
Everyone says that. I'm like, I was like, man, I was in sports broadcasting for too long. I was like, I bring that over to the stock trading realm, and everyone's just like, man, you're like the Stephen A's. Which someone never. Somebody funny said that. Hoops to trade. He's probably not listening today, but he's one of the guys that's in my group on my Discord, this, that, and the other. But one day I was on a rant about something goofy like that, and his wife happened to walk by, and his wife was like. Because then he was in chat, said, man, my wife just walked by and heard you rant and said, man, that's Stephen A. Smith of stock trading right there.
Straight up. Okay, here's my other hot take, Josh. Everybody, so this is the textbook boilerplate, everybody's opinion on Stephen A. Smith. It's like, yeah, he's kind of a jerk, but man, he knows his ball though. Great. I don't see it. I think he's mediocre, and his hot takes aren't even that hot.
Yeah,
I think everybody's wrong. He's not spicy enough. And he's just okay.
Yeah.
So now I'm expecting all my heat in the comments there, but I'm over it. I'm over it.
Yeah. He's had the same kind of shtick for a while now. I mean, I'm not that big on him. I mean, he's the same thing from and he does. He's trying to. It's for PR. It's for ratings. He's kind of pushing that side for whatever reason, and I don't think he's that good at what he thinks he knows.
Okay. All right. I'm glad we're on the same page there.
Talent, and trust me, because I used to listen to the guys that had shows, and I was so annoyed with people because of course this is my job, this is my profession. I went to school for this, and now I'm in this field, and I'm seeing these people who have jobs, and I'm like, I can't believe this is what ESPN and essentially because Disney owns them is what they're turning to. Like this isn't. Yep. I think it's trash, but that's all. That could be a whole nother topic for us.
Another one. Yeah, we need you remember that old Family Guy episode where Peter got a spot on the local news show? What really grinds my gears?
Yes, grinds my gears. Yes,
exactly. We need a grinds my gears section because I'm with you. It's how does Disney buy a sports franchise and then now they're doing gambling? It's how did we get here? This is what we're doing. They're talking about the spreads and stuff and the odds on this feels wrong. Maybe I'm old. I guess I'm old.
Literally. It's that way. Even with sports, when they start changing rules and all this new stuff or whatever, I'm like, man, I am just so old school, and and that's why it's kind of for me with sports anymore. I've got a lot let that go because it's just it's all driven by numbers, and all they care about are ratings, and that's what they're looking for. So it's money anymore, and that's why I left it. It was being in the field and actually seeing the behind the scenes and stuff. Yeah, I was like, man, I'm getting out of this. This is not good.
I hear you, man. Man, I'm such a man without a country. The only person coming to my aid is a Snowman. He's like, he sucks. Let's go Cowboys. We were so close. I'm a Niners fan. Come on. That's okay.
Oh yeah, I mean, being Mr. West Coast out there, but I'm right there with you. I think most that watch him have got to think the same thing. Like this guy, I think there's certain demos that like him, but I think for the most part, I think that's why he's on there, because he brings I hate him.
He's the OG rage baiter. That's what he is.
Well, it's like
I respect that.
Well, it's like,
Whoa.
no offense, but if the Yankees or if the Duke Blue Devils or these people are in championship games, or the Alabama Crimson Tide football kind of recently, they hate him. They hate when the New England Patriots and Tom. So, but what's that bring? It brings ratings because everyone wants to see him lose. So now they'll go watch that game. It's the same thing for Stephen A. Smith. They hate him so much they go watch him and they want to sit there and yell at the TV. And so that's just all where it comes back to ratings for me, my man.
I'm saying he's barred from Queens, man. Okay, so I'm like getting whirlwinded by the market. So we were in the OKLO trade. I took it off at 60. I thought the trade was done because I looked at it like midday yesterday. It was like 56 or something. I really should have stuck with this one. This one had juice, and you can see hit the 66.66 today, 6662, I guess, close enough. Very spooky, very spooky. So I left a little on the table there, but man, this one was explosive. And I want to talk about one more setup here, Josh, because I would be doing a disservice if I didn't shout out the same thing that, who was it? Somebody mentioned it, and it's looking really good. Coin, was that you, Talk? Probably Talk, maybe Crow. We'll figure out who gets their flowers. But Coin looking incredible to me. I'm seeing it playing peekaboo with this trend line. This was similar to the OKLO look. Trying to figure out why my lines aren't showing. They must be on the other chart.
Yeah,
there it goes. Yeah, it's so close to breaking that. So close to breaking this 50. Last time it broke the 50, it needed to kind of coil under it for like a couple weeks. Couldn't finally close above it. Did need to flush out into a higher low. But we got that really nice higher low structure now. We're doing everything right. I think this thing's ready to surge. And I would not be surprised to see Coin at 250 in a month or so. I think that this is forming a big old W pattern. And it's got a lot of reasons to want to bring it back up here.
Yeah, good alert there, real quickly from Snowman. Snowman with ASTI. That solar has just been on fire. If it's AI, if it's solar, those are two things that have been definitely on fire here recently. I love what JMF says. Stephen A is like basically like Jim Cramer for trading.
That's actually perfect. That's couldn't have said it better myself. Yeah. Wow, yeah, ASTI. This is a crazy one here. I had my buddy hit me up this morning saying, "Yo, we did it all wrong. We bought ASTS, we just misclicked. Like it was just wrong button. It was so close. It's like Josh, I bought GM. What was it? It was not GME. I'll tell you that much." It was like GMES or something. I don't know. There was some other stock that I accidentally fat fingered, and I left like $200 on the table in the GME craze because I bought like GMed or something.
Gotcha.
It's like it's the silliest thing. So it's funny seeing that that's still a thing in the small cap space, because I remember thinking it was the funniest thing in the world that like, when GameStop was going crazy, I wasn't the only one who did that. Like that GMed was up like 12%.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, I don't know. I forget exactly the ticker, but it was something like that. I owe you a lot of flowers, Talk. Of course I do. Oh, JMF, you're Jesse. Awesome, brother.
There we go.
Awesome.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
I know. Sometimes I'll comment. I didn't SoFi. I did Hood. Talk. That was great. Hood was a banger for sure. Talk. You've been dialed in, just handing out free money to anybody who's been willing to listen. So, I mean, at some point the streak's got to end. But man, what?
This has happened to me what's funny when it happened to me, it happened to me like 3 times in a short period, like over a couple of months, and every time, thank God, it was for a win. But were you ever in a play that so point being, you thought you got out of a play, but you ended up not. You somehow thought you sold all the shares, but you didn't. And
no, Josh, I doubled up.
Oh, whoa!
I doubled up when I thought I sold. Yeah. I've done that. I've done that multiple times. You name a mistake, I've done it. I mean, I've taken trades. I thought I was taking a micro, and I took a mini, and all of a sudden I was up $2,000. It's like, is this a glitch? And then it's like the biggest stomach drop feeling, and so then it dropped 2 ticks. I was down $500, not down, but it was up $1,500. I was like, oh my god, free money, take it. sometimes you get punished for your stupidity. Sometimes you get hit by a truck. So I'm just glad I'm still here with you, Josh, to be honest, after all the mistakes I've made.
Yeah,
And that's why trade the pool and it's like some kind of risk management is so important, because the thing is you can only manage the risk that you know of. I always think of like it's like from the Boondocks. It's Sam Jackson's character, and he's like quoting Donald Rumsfeld. It's like there's known knowns, but then there's unknown, or there's known knowns and there's unknown knowns. But the unknown unknowns, those are the ones that'll get you. You never know what you don't know. So tail risk can hit you like a truck, and there's got to be some backstop. If you're in one of these accounts, you can't hurt yourself too bad, and that is something that a lot of people don't learn until it's too late. That you can get hurt a lot worse than you were even aware of. Especially if you're short and stuff. Especially if you're using options. So yeah, be careful, guys.
Zero DTE, shorten, all-time highs and all that kind of fun stuff. Let's do it. I'm all about it. Full port, zero DTE.
Because then we have another client in a couple weeks when you blow up and you're like, I gotta manage my risk.
Yeah.
There's only one way.
Yeah.
Man.
Well, and of course we had that announcement yesterday. I think it was right with the PDT. Now that it's official, I guess the next 18 months the brokerages will start implementing, that to the new $2,000 rule for the PDT. And then that'll be one way to get a lot more traders into stock trading. And then for TTP, because they're going to blow the money they have, and they go, oh, there's a thing called trade the pool. Dang it, I shouldn't have wasted the $3,000. Dang it, I knew I should have done. I shouldn't have blown $5K in one trade.
To be clear, guys, we want you to make money, but we want you to learn from what we're saying. It's just that we know some people just need to learn by touching the stove, And I know because I'm one of them. I've paid my tuition, and I found my way to prop trading to get my feet under me, Then once I passed one of those accounts, I realized I could do this again, But till then, I wasn't willing to just donate money to the markets while I was not doing well. So SPY, very strong, guys. It feels like it's just another no short day where every little short is just getting eaten up so voraciously. This thing has a mission from God to get up higher, whether it's 700 proper, whether it seems like it is to me, because this was the push. This was like the divine prophecy push to get to a new all-time high. We found the sell off of that, and then we found our feet. The fact that we are like not just dropping more makes me think that the real pull is higher, probably that 699, 700. And that's like, you saw what we've done this week, Josh. This could happen fast. This is a 0.3%. This could happen literally today. So we can still see some action here. And I think it's important on a day like today, because we haven't actually seen that much movement. It's just been very one directional.
Well, so I will say that the pullback to 700 will be gorgeous. I wish we do have a liftoff and build some good space so that when we can build a good retracement, this 695 to 700 that we failed at so often will be such a great bounce area in a demand zone. So I'm all for it. I either wanted to crack like we were talking about, which seems like yesterday, and please keep going down, find the 500s for us, baby, or please finally go. If you're going to do it, stop teasing us and just go. And when I mean go, freaking go. Get back to what you're doing in 23 and 24. That's what I want. I want bangarang sauce up to 750, 770, come back down to 700, dip off of it, go to 850. And I'm talking all within the next 18 months, baby.
Yeehaw. I love that. So one thing that I want to note, kind of exactly what you're talking about. When it can't go down anymore, what happens? Well, you get a whole lot of green, and it can just kind of drift grind on up because there's no real sellers. So we got that crazy wash out, flush out. It looked like we were going to have like a apocalyptic crazy move when it lost this previous low, right? It looked doom, just terrible until it closed the week strong, and then obviously, higher low off to the races. This time we got no higher low, so I haven't really gotten in. I guess that was the higher low at 650, but man, that was tough. So now we're here, just like we were here. Last time this happened, they didn't give shorts a chance to get long back on that internal liquidity like you're talking about, Josh. Like they didn't give shorts a chance to get out at 690, 685, anything like that. So I wonder how much, I wonder how much they will give back, because I think we could just go off to the races and never really look back from here, and it would just be very, very annoying for everybody, myself included. But at this point, I think that's like gone from like a 10% probability to maybe a 40, 50, 60% probability. Right. It's tough for me. It's tough for me. So I'm just like, hey, why am I trying to fortune tell right under this key level? We're going to very likely hit 700, and if there's going to be sellers, maybe that's where they'll try. Otherwise, I'll wait for it to surge through like crazy, smash a bunch more new shorts, and then when those wash out, if we hold the 700, maybe that'll be it. Yeah. I don't know. It's frustrating, but like I just look at this and I'm like, I don't want to miss just a straight grind up for like 4 months.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not that I think that necessarily is going to happen with all of like the geopolitical landmines that could come, but just
think of the great day trades if we do that. That's what it reminds me of 23 to 24 when we just kind of kept going and we weren't getting like when we kind of made that move off of 350, 60 and we just kept flying. And I was like, no, give us that move back down there again. And we never got it. It just kept going. And I was like, well, let's get great day trades because it is a machine now. And then what was it providing? It was providing the new Meta was a machine all of a sudden now, big time. Tesla was always a machine. And then you got NVIDIA to be a machine, and the SMCI had them. So then you start getting all these other Microsoft, Google going to all-time highs, day trading those, and those were machines. So give me that's what I'm saying. It's either quit teasing me and rip the Band-Aid off and go through 700, or let's leave it on and let us repair ourselves and let me get a good dip buy. Well, if you're not going to let me get a good dip and you're going to just do this quick little tease and go, and I'll know I'll get good day trades and maybe eventually I'll get another good long-term investment.
Yeah, I hear you, man. And I just wonder, like you're talking about coming out of this 2022, and I just wonder like, what if I thought that we might get a 2022? Maybe at this point it's really hard to be bearish, like we're literally new all-time highs.
Bird's doing exactly what we called for it to do earlier, bro. Bird's doing exactly.
Let's take a look at it.
It's round 2 from when I wanted to trade earlier. We talked about it doing it again right here. With that kind of like U-shaped cup and handle, come back down, test it down. Oh,
nice.
It literally came back, tested that downtrend, and then ripped right back on up, and here she blows.
Wait, hold on. Where were we? We had lines on this, darn.
Yeah, I don't know which one they're on here. Yeah, one of these charts had lines, darn it.
I gotta stick to a plan. There was the short setup that didn't work. No, I was supposed to show myself looking good, not bad. All right, ignore this.
Yeah, you had one chart with there was like a downtrend. I thought you had like a downtrend in maybe, and now we're talking about retesting it, but
yeah, that's what I thought too. Oh well. Either way, we got the big pop here. Yeah, okay, yeah. Same as this one, setup here.
It's almost the exact same thing. Yeah, we broke that downtrend area.
Let's see.
There it is. That's what I have mine in, is right there.
Yeah. So broke the downtrend.
Tested it again, and then boom, on a roll, and she goes.
And this is a good example of how if you're staring at a small, just like one area of the chart, it can be a little hard to kind of see what it's doing. For example, it breaks this downtrend line, great. Comes back and tests it, that's great. But then it pushes up and then it has a big red candle. Like right here, you could be sitting here going, am I just wrong? And it's so important to just kind of remember, okay, what's actually happening? We had this low where we squeeze up and then there's a big sell and the sell fails to go lower. From that point, we see a buyer. The buyer cannot break over this previous high. So we've officially entered consolidation, right? So now we put in the high, we've put in a low, we've put in a higher low or a lower high. And now the name of the game is, can we put in a lower or a higher low? If we can, this whole thing could just be trading sideways for the break upwards and outwards to the next leg. If it loses this, well, this is distribution because it is decided that it cannot hold this structure up here and it needs to retest something lower. So that's the name of the game. And that's why right here, it was such a definitive move where I was saying, hey, this looks bearish. And then it said, nope, we are not bearish. And this was exactly where it needed to. So honestly, I don't feel like this is a scarlet letter for my tape read because this was the inflection point. And I think that at this point right here, this chart looks pretty bad, Now here a little looks heavy. Very different, And I'll be the first to admit that because of, like we said, it held the low and now it broke the downtrend. So for me, I love seeing that. And then what I wanted to talk about is this kind of weird washiness here. All you have to really think about is that same higher low, lower low, just microstructure. So we put in this low. Now, this was the last place where we kind of failed to bid. We washed out. Well, we just swept right on above that there. Keep it in drawing mode there. All right. So now, next thing is, are we going to lose this low on this push down? No, we're not. In fact, we test your downtrend, Josh, and find a nice buyer. What's its target here is just to make a new little high right over here. And that's going to kind of keep us in the ball game, so to speak. So we okay, mission accomplished. Now it's the goal of bears, to try to lose this previous swing low down here, or at least this one right here where we kind of bid up from. So when the bears, all they can do is retest this breakout level, but they can't hold it or they can't lose it. We're maintaining this upward structure of higher low. Now we microstructure broke bullish here, higher low, microstructure bullish. Now, boom, we sweep through this, and now we're starting to like power up here. Nice volume. So I think this is very, very constructive. And as long as we don't lose the new bid level, oops, oh my goodness, that's what I'll stay in drawing mode does. I can't do anything except for draw.
Yes.
All right, we got lots of lines now to work with. So there's this big power up candle. I would like to see us hold right there. But if it does need to come down, it really just needs to hold basically all the way down here to still kind of maintain in my book. I guess I would say this is the spot because it's the highest volume that came in now. When this high volume came in, it made this the high volume node. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sleepy and tired and out of it, Josh. This was the high volume node. First read was correct. Yeah, as long as it's over 1790, I think that this thing wants to go for this target up here.
Yeah. Oh, you're going to be talking about this in Power Hour, my friend. 100%.
For sure. I love this. This is why I love the lunchtime here, because you never know with people like this that you're just going through YouTube. You see a talking head. Oh, he's looking at charts. Let's look. There's like no accountability, right? Like right. I could just say kind of whatever and then just log off and that's that. But when we're constantly checking back, not only is there accountability, it also like it helps me as a trader just to kind of like formalize what we should all be doing, which is revisiting old setups and basically watching, making a thesis, seeing if it's going to play out, and if not, talking about dissecting why it didn't, because that's where the real meat and potatoes of learning comes. That's where you're really going to start, having these ideas connect. You start feeling that synthesis happening, those synapses connecting in your brain. And that's how you have those eureka moments.
Are we doing earnings?
Yeah, well, we are starting Thursday. Yeah, absolutely. Starting tomorrow, we're going to be starting with, I believe it's Netflix earnings, and it's going to be a good time. I think Kevin's joining me tomorrow, and then from there we'll figure it out. But it'll be a rotating.
Oh, Kevin's coming back to do after hours, but what's going on here?
I mean, what can you say? What can you say? The Steve appeal is there. He I don't know. I think Carlo put out the bat signal and he was available, so I'm really looking forward to that.
I know I don't have. I have like 84 WhatsApp groups, so I've turned on. I don't have notifications turned on for WhatsApp, so I missed a lot of stuff. Fair. But yeah, I want to do some with you. I thought I remember seeing that, and so that we're getting back into that. So yeah, I'll be definitely down to join you like I usually did once a week, if not twice a week. I'll definitely love to join you for some earnings. So. Yeah, getting geared back up. Let's see, next week, even looking forward into next week. I'll get Tesla. So big one next week will be Tesla on Wednesday. And then Intel's next week on Thursday. So those are the two bigger ones next week. Nothing really on Friday. We know that. Okay, United Health is on. So we got UNH, and that'll be big on Tuesday, or decently big. But yeah, there we go. So a couple of
we got some big ones for sure. That UNH I'm looking forward to for sure. A lot of those charts are setting up and on the verge of making a decision. Speaking of which, man, SPY, this is what I call no shorts allowed. Like every time you start to get a little bit of momentum, just absolute massive resting buy pressure, just pushing this up. And so now this will be a good little case study of how to read whether this is a liquidity sweep or not, because this was high volume and we swept up and top wicked. So we have to decide whether this is going to be the topping part of the pattern where we swept liquidity and now we can reach internally, or whether this is just destined to go break the range and move higher, and this is just how, like, the anatomy of what that would look like on a really strong move. So what I mean by that, and that is what I expect to happen, by the way. I expect this wick to be eaten and us to squeeze even higher, just because that's the trend that we've been seeing. If it doesn't do that, that's going to tell me a whole lot that maybe we are finally done with this crazy straight upwards rally, and we can start trading sideways, or at least not directly up. But for now, what I've been seeing is this big wick up. It grabs the liquidity, it comes back, and anytime it's offered at a discount in the new range that it forms on that candle, it's being bought up very fast. So anytime it's under that red line after the big push up, it was only there for like a few candles and it pushed up very fast, got bought up very fast. So now I'm going to flip this to the other direction. So bears are going to try to step in here. I think that they will not even get significant progress under this red line. But it's just worth noting, see, in this golden pocket, this is like where the bears could try. And see, you saw a few like red candle attempts, but I think that these get eat through pretty quick. Maybe we back test this, and we should definitely hold the golden pocket for the bear side or bullish side down here. So I would imagine that this does not see much down here at all, and we're just going to kind of eat up and squeeze up. And once we get through this, it'll just be like in the morning session, where when we broke above this, you can see it took a while, right? So it hit it, red candle, and we squeeze higher, and then get some grind, but then have to kind of pressure release down to just kind of reconfirm that there are buyers under this and that this range is no longer viable. We're not going to go down here. We're just retesting the top area of the opening range and looking to push higher. So if we're right, or if I'm right there, I don't know if you agree with me on this read, but if this read is correct that we're going up and going to eat this wick, then we should see something kind of similar there. I do believe. So
Yeah,
Josh, I just realized we are.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, I would imagine being that candle. Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, and even my ultimate high of day is that almost there at 699. That pre-market, the true all-time high. If you look at after hours pre-market, I think it's like right around 699. And then even what the guy in chat, T-Web, was saying earlier, he said 700 earlier. So this is definitely going to move back into that wick and may even move above it.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's just so many reasons to keep on running it higher, and there's just who's gonna short it before it does these things.
Yeah, right.
Somebody brave, and they'd have to be really big, and I would have to see them come in and then go, oh, somebody with enough money to push this around is making a play here. They're whooshing, they're within the target, they're making everybody think it's going to go a little higher. They're going to use that to their advantage. It's not really what I'm seeing. So we'll see. This is like the little grind up just failed, but we're just testing first moving average as it comes over equilibrium. So if this 9 moving average holds, then we don't even have to test at a discount at all. If they do take it down into a discount under the 50, under the red, well, then they can easily catch it at this yellow too now. So that's as these moving averages come up, the support kind of ticks up higher and higher and higher. And so then when you do make the low, it's probably less aggressive the longer it can kind of hold up here. So this is nice price action in my book here. All right, Josh, we gotta leave some time.
Well,
we gave him an extra 10 minutes here.
Yeah, you'll be back in about 50 minutes for Power Hour commentary, and of course, guys, just stick around or take a little 50-minute break like Steve's about to, and come back with him. I'm heading out for the day myself. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow morning, of course, and tomorrow we got the call-in show as well. So come on back tomorrow. Plenty of action leading you all the way into the Power Hour, and then after hours with Steve and Kevin with the little earnings tomorrow. We'll get that going. So lots and lots and lots of live stream coming up the rest of the week.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for hanging out with me again for this lunchtime review, Josh. We will do it again on Friday, maybe? Are we doing it this Friday?
Yes, Friday Night Live. Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Friday. I know you're going live Friday, right? You're going live on Friday, right in the morning.
Yes, I was just not 100% if we were starting this Friday with the lunchtime and that kind of stuff.
No.
So we'll talk about that off stream. No worries.
Yeah. That'll start up soon. So Gil's giving me the green light on that. That's a done deal for Friday.
Beautiful.
We're just gonna give it, I think, a week or two until we start that. So it'll be a Monday.
Okay,
Wednesday,
excellent.
Friday. Same time. There'll be no change in the time, so we can keep it the same time. And we'll do the same thing. Same thing on Friday.
Awesome. All right, Josh. Awesome. I will be in touch with you about those other times and see everybody in chat in 50 minutes. Don't turn that dial. What's going on, guys? We are back. It is Power Hour. I'm Steve Tileman, and here we are. Bird is at our 1750 level. We're keeping an eye on this guy here. Is it going to hold once again, or is it going to crack and air on down to the 1415 kind of level? Gonna keep an eye on that one as we check in with the indices. SPY been absolutely screaming. Who said that? Who said we'd scream through this wick right here? Let's talk about it. So as we said just an hour ago, we were watching price action in this area. Let me find the chart we were doing it on so we have all our lines. There it is. So 1 hour ago, we had just gotten this big wick. Let's move it to a 1 minute to see a little clearer. There it is. Alrighty. Here is our big surge candle that we were observing. We divide it by the Fibonacci ratio. We observe how price acts when it goes under this equilibrium. The first time it went under there, clear buying. Did not close a 1 minute candle under. Tagged the 6-2 very briefly, but clearly closed above there. Going to keep an eye on this 21 moving average, by the way. The last couple times it has caught nicely, but might be getting long in the tooth. The third, fourth test is often when it can start breaking through and reversing. So we'll keep an eye on that in the corner there. But the example, we were expecting, hey, this is strong price action. We want to see if it comes back here again under here, it should just briefly revisit, should not spend much time down below. And that is what we were seeing right as we were logging off there. So beautiful little example there. We say, hey, in this area, we're looking for it to eat this wick and continue higher. Why? Well, because when it forms this range, it shows that it's not going to stay at a discount for very long. It shows the buying pressure when it's offered at a discount these two very brief times. All right, so then we sweep the top of the range, and after that, you take your profit there, and you add back, or at least you watch these moving averages as they start climbing up, and that's your guide. So when you get too extended from this 9 minute, that's when you can trim. You see a top wick while you're extended, that's another good place to trim. Then if you see little bottom wicks and a reclaim, when you're back at these moving averages, then you can add right back here. So you just trim, add back somewhere in here, manage the trade very healthily, and see once again. We know that when we get too overextended from the blue and see a top wick, not a bad time to take a little off. And then when you find the buyer back here at this level, you can add right back because it's going to keep on doing the same thing. So now the next target is to make the new high and get that 700 level. Guys, we talked about it not too long ago that we could see that today, and it looks like very, very probable that we're going to sweep up, tag this in the last hour, half hour here, and then that's all she wrote. We'll see what we do from there. Definitely wouldn't say blindly short it there, but I would say that maybe that's where most of the move will kind of end. What we can also do is start kind of game planning, like, hey, if we do find a seller there, where might we sell back to? So I'll take my fib. Let's delete. Oh. Let's redraw it. So a 50% retest of 7, if we get to 700, see that how that exactly lines up with the top of this surge candle? So I have a sneaking suspicion that we are going to overshoot by just a few cents. And then that'll probably be very close to the high of the day. Just a sneaking suspicion. Hey, Talk. How you doing, man? Putting in the work, putting in those hours. I'm psyched, dude. It's the first job that I'm actually like psyched when I have more hours on the schedule. You know, that's a new experience. So one chart we gotta watch, guys. I'm in this one from just about right here, a tiny bit lower. But yeah, call it break even, you know. Got in this morning, started to work. Tried to wash me out. I said, not today, not today. I know what I'm looking at, and I think that it still has juice. So here's what I'm seeing on ARM. Just intraday first off. Nice little peekaboo here. You know I love my W patterns. I consider this a W pattern where if you tilt your head the right way, this is a higher low. See what I'm talking about there, guys? It is not a higher low. This is lower than this, and horizontal letters or levels do matter more. But if we're viewing things in a kind of channel like this was the bottom of the channel. This is like the middle of the channel where it caught. Does that kind of make sense? Not saying this is good practice, but I do think it's working this time. And this is, I think, how you can frame these lower low double bottoms that end up playing out. Well, I think if you tilt your head just right and squint just right, then then it works. Realistically, this had higher volume and it was a big bottom wick. It was a very clear sign of a failed auction. And honestly, how I look at this is, hey, it's not as pretty as I would like, because I'd like this to happen as a higher low, but if it needs to do a capitulation flush, that's a nice way to kind of reset the momentum and be able to kind of do that squat before the thrust. And I really like what we've done since this. So this is all, I didn't know how to read this. Then we tried to we tried to break down, essentially. You know how stocks will often kind of roll like this? So, all right, we have a flush, we make a new low, dead cat bounce, roll, and then it tried to do that right here, and then it failed that auction down. So then I was like, oh, sick. Now it's going to reclaim these moving averages, and now I was watching what it would do at this downtrend line. What it did is it just exploded through there, and then it got super tight for like half an hour now, just starting to, as we speak, push out of this little flag. So I'm really excited to watch this one play out. Hopefully we're right and it keeps on working. And let me show you what I'm seeing on a higher time frame. This is kind of wonky, this little double top, but how I'm just kind of looking at it is we have a few ranges we're playing with, and I think it just flipped one. These kind of top wicks, like it's kind of messy, see? So maybe we look at it like more like that, and it's a little cleaner, like the body of these. And this seems like a decent bottom area where all these levels just kind of bonked their heads. Something roughly like this. Maybe we're playing around this gap down level. See, that's getting a lot of play. So something like this. We'll call it this for now. We test it. Well, let's zoom out a little bit more. Big move up. We retest that big crazy rally that's up to a trend line. We got to do it right. We're going to start all the way out at a daily. Here's what we're kind of playing with. This is we'll call it all-time highs. Oh man, I got to do it all the way right. Let's go to a weekly. That's better. Let's go to a monthly. I'll be good. Let me frame this trade properly, because I think it's a trade worth framing right. So we have really high time frame patterns occurring here. This is a big old flag in my book. Just a massive monthly flag. You can also look at it and say this is a inverted head and shoulders. You can say there's your head, there's your left shoulder, there's your right shoulder. Yo, what's up, Mike? Good to see you, brother. Already 3 p.m. Yes, sir. Time flies when you missing bird. Yeah, exactly. Crazy move on bird, and we will talk about that one more. But a few things I want to talk about here first. So I probably shouldn't have deleted that line. Whatever. What's more important is you see all these monthly wicks. This is our resistance, and you can see how last month we kissed it before coming back, testing the moving average there, the 9-month moving average. And then now we're kind of coiling back up in this little pocket, this little corner. So looking into the weekly, this is how we do it, guys. We go all the way out to a monthly. If you're really diligent, you go to a quarterly as well, maybe a yearly chart. But no, the monthly is where realistically where our time frames start mattering. The weekly is how I usually start to frame a trade that's kind of more 3 to 5 day swing. I don't really need to look too much at a monthly, but it's really important for these position trades, which I think ARM is. I think this one is going to have some legs, arms. I don't know. It's going to have some, it's going to go pretty far, I think, if I'm right. So I think this is one that's worth, looking at from this whole high time frame perspective. So we're just going to zoom in just a little bit more and just kind of hone this in. To me, this still looks pretty good. See these top wicks, this rejections here, these rejections here. And yeah, right into it there. So this all looks good to me on the weekly. What we also see is the 9 weekly moving average crossing over both the 21 and the 50 there. You have the 21 about to cross over this 50. The last time we saw a similar thing, we got a nice surge. And I think that similarly to this consolidation here, we're in a consolidation here for a breakout to retest this kind of pivot. So the breakout to test this kind of pivot will be 175-ish, 170 to 175-ish. I'm calling it 175. So that's my big target there, I think. You can also look at it like this. We had this big expansion that kind of started the move. And we can look for some measured moves like this. And this is basically what I'm thinking is going to happen here. So we're going to test at that pivot, call it 175, call it 180. We're going to test there. If we can break through that, then we get to sweep all-time highs. We get to sweep all-time highs and hit 196, I would bet 200. That's the first big target. Then it can trade sideways for a while. It can maybe come down and retest this 178, 175. Or it can just get tight and, keep ripping to that direct move to that 200% move, that 216 area. I'd also just put on your radar here. If we zoom out a bit more and put this fib on the whole flag that we've got here, this whole structure from the parabolic move high to the washout low, we can see some very defined levels here. See the top of our W base at the bottom here? We talk about the W base. So you have the neckline where we break down, form the low, come up and form the middle of the W, come down, retest the baseline here, the lower low, that left low of the W, and then we form the right part of the W. When we get traction through the neckline, you can see that red line there, that equilibrium, then we surge. So really clean surge there to this, what is this, the 7-8? Yes, the 7-8 fib. So surge to the 7-8, coming back and finding a pivot at the 6-2. See how it's just playing level to level? So I would like a big old surge up to that 100% when we're looking at this fib. So I think that it's a pretty good odds that we hit this 100 and keep going to the 190 and keep going to the 200 here. I think it's a good setup that has a lot of room to catch up in a very, very strong sector. So I don't think chips are going to be done, even though they're showing weakness today. I think that we're still in a strong upswing move for these. The names are either all broken out and overextended short term, but clearly very strong, or they're all coiling and setting up like this. So how I see it is a healthy move would look like taking profits in like the microns and maybe, I don't know, how's NVIDIA doing today? We'll check in on them and some of the other leaders. And maybe we see that cycle into some of the laggards here, and that cyclical rotate, or that not cyclical, but that rotation within the sector will provide this kind of continued updraft. Just like how we are seeing a cycle through the mega caps. Some are stronger than others on any given day, but in the course of a big rally, you'll see the gains kind of being handed off like a baton pass, a baton race between those mega caps. So that's what I'm thinking is looking like on the weekly here. I know this is kind of slow for one chart, but I do think the setup's worth it, and I want to talk about it. So on the daily here, we have really, really constructive price action in my book. You can't see it on this chart, but what we did catch was the 5 moving average. So when you're kind of getting liftoff out of this kind of flag structure, what I really like to see is, okay, we got, we posted a doji yesterday, didn't have the oomph really yesterday, but what we did see is that we broke a previous couple multi-day range. You can see that blue little level there. It was an area of interest. So you can say we flipped this to support. You can also say, hey, we pushed up off the 9 moving average, and now we're catching on the 5 moving average. That's constructive bullish momentum. As long as that 5 holds, then we should make a new high and continue to kind of try to see the surge up. I think that it's looking really constructive, and I always like when it's kind of a baton pass in this sense too, from one moving average to another, right? So we have the cluster here. When we break over the white, the 50 moving average, I'll zoom in. When we break over the 50 moving average, it's game on, right? So now we're just in drift up mode. We're not even testing this 9, the blue. We're playing off the 5. I can tell you right now the 5 is like right there. I can just see how it's catching like that. And then we surge off of that. Buyers are too strong. Then we get overbought, because we're so far separated. We come back, we test, we get that 9 test. 9 test finds buyers. Now we're in consolidation. trading in this kind of pennant. You can see that like that. So bullish, you have accumulation, then you push up out of that. You have the markup. Then you either do then you do consolidation. Either you get the continuation, or it's consolidation that ends up distributing. So we watch and see which way it breaks based on how it reacts to these moving averages. Since it's reacting positively to the 9, okay, consolidation. It still is, needs some more time. So it needs to reach down into that 21, but that is super constructive. And it also is kind of retesting this previous area we broke up from. So see, we got this kind of wedge forming. Now we reclaim the 9, and now we're off to the races here. And what I would like to see is, now that it's handed off from the 21 to the 9 and the 9 to the 5, or the 9 to the 5 here, I'd like to see the new high and the kind of squeeze just like we got kind of here. And I think that it's tightening up intraday here is a good sign that it might be close to ready. So we're going to keep watching this one into the close. I'd like to see this one kind of decouple from SPY in general, since it's kind of just started doing its own thing here, I do believe. And since it did do its own thing in the morning and kind of flush out. All right, that's the setup there. I will shut up about ARM. I do love it though. SPY, while I've been yapping, SPY's been trading sideways for 10 minutes. Nothing to see here. Just a casual average, every day run of the mill 4-cent whiff of the major level. When did we see this? Well, we saw this at the previous all-time highs earlier today, about an hour ago. This was at, was it like right here? Oh man, got to go to the chart with the levels on it. I think it was just under 699. Kind of blanking out. It might have been here. Yeah, I think it was here. Yeah, it was here. Because this, wherever it was, we whiffed it by a few cents and there were big sellers, but then they just couldn't make a new low. Then we ended up grinding higher. So we'll see if it's the kind of same thing here, although we are breaking microstructure to the downside. Just something to consider, but really, you know how we always talk about the handoff, right? So this 21, we said, hey, it's tested once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times on this trend up intraday. Probably needs to cool off. Let's see how the 50 transacts, because that's tested once, twice, since it reclaimed and started this move up. So maybe it has one more test in it. I wouldn't be surprised. One more test in it, swing up there. So maybe we see a little move up, moving averages reject. We need to sweep down here. We find buyers. We reclaim, back test these moving averages, then make the new high. Then from there, we'll have to reassess, but probably that'd be probably it for the day. And then we see some sellers step in. We could see a move down here into the end of the day and then still go higher. And that would look like a megaphone kind of playing out, kind of like that. So I'm considering that possibility, but in general, just, still very constructive. We'll watch and see what it does into these moving averages. And bird, it still is holding that level. Where was our bird chart? Man, what a level here. So we got to respect that this is a very strong high volume node, all these white bars here. So when I draw this rectangle, it can be kind of deceiving, I think, because it makes people think that this is where it's really firm, right? And actually what I think a better way to look at it is this is the area that's really firm. And then this is the area where it needs to kind of catch to save the magnet to that really firm area. So this is the magnet, our blue rectangle. And then this kind of band here is like, it needs to, if it holds here, then we can keep going, But really, this is the weak area. This is like the low volume area. That's kind of, I would say mid volume area. You can see this is the real low volume area where if we get into this, we can just fall. So when you have an area like this, where it's like where the high volume falls off, it can be really easy once you lose that for price to start losing levels and then just get really directionally heavy down to the next magnet, right? So this magnet loses its grip and then it goes down to the magnet below. So what you want to see when you enter this kind of pivotal area, you want to see clear directionality. So what do we see when it enters this kind of empty space zone, right? Under the magnet. We see clear buying still. They're reloading off of this zone. And so that's why I often draw the rectangle down there. But I just wanted to kind of describe or explain that like the real pull is this high volume node. It's just this is the area where you can often get your entry. So just something to mull over there. So now as we progress, we see we had this downtrend line, the nice direct, essentially 45-degree downtrend line. Not quite. That would be like this, but pretty close. So whenever you have one that's roughly just like that, a diagonal flat or, straight diagonal like that, often that'll be kind of the bottom of the day where it can either catch and do this high or low back test like Josh was talking about, and then you get the big push up, and then it usually forms a W pattern where it comes up, but it's not ready to do the big move yet. And then it comes back, and what does it do? It forms that higher low in our area of support here. And so see now how it's pushing up off of that? I think that if we can find a spot, we kind of missed it a minute ago there off the 9. If we get a little entry here, I think that this one is going to be a valid scalp up to this 22 to trim, and with good odds of going to 24 and higher. I don't think this move is done based on how strong and receptive this is. So watch and see if this candle does engulf, then maybe it needs to reset a little bit and we get an entry off the 21. But otherwise, I think it just trades sideways for a few minutes while this 9 catches up, the blue, and then you can get an entry off of there, and then you trim into this wick here and into this wick here. And that's a really, really nice trade because then you leave a runner for a very big move after that. The very big move after that we would look for by dragging from the top of this range to the bottom of this range. And we're talking 2650 for the next trim with potential for 29 all the way up to 32, this kind of crazy zone up here, which seems insane, but this thing's a mover, right? And if it moved this fast, this quickly, and then it spends this much time digesting and accepting price here, I think it's pretty bullish. All right, let me catch up on some comments here. I'm seeing Adrian and Tuck going ham in the chat here. Yeah, you're mentioning Aries and APO. We were talking about Aries in my server yesterday. I said it looked good. Did it get the continuation? I was hoping for 1175, I believe, and I don't believe that ever triggered. Let's look at Aries. 111.75 is what I meant. Yeah, I wanted 111.75 yesterday. Let's look at a 15-minute chart. Man, what continuation. All right, shout out Promo if you're in the chat. He put this one on my radar. I hope you took it. So yesterday I wanted... Oh, it did give it to me into the close and I didn't even notice it. That's unfortunate. Yep. Sloppy. But hey, the level did play out. What can you say? That's a bit annoying, but hope you caught it there. And these, put them on your radar. If they give us an entry, maybe a back test off this 50. Like clearly this is putting in a long-term bottom. And I would say that for a position trade, it should kind of drift up, on a higher time frame up to this 130. Yeah, we'll call it 140. And I think there's a good chance that it goes higher. And long-term, just buy the next dip you see, whether it's 110, whether it's 115 seems more likely. Good chart, bottomed out. I'm mad. Look at this though. This is getting pretty on bird, building out this pennant. So don't sleep on this one, guys. One level of interest here is the 20 handle has a lot of volume. We're gonna mark that out as well. Where was our bird charted on? There it is. We'll keep SPY in the right corner for now. There's not really much to say there other than every single dip is bought. Every single dip, look at that. So as we were talking about, once it reclaims these moving averages, it resets, and then you get the big buyers coming in again. So the next target is a new high. Just got the new high. Now we watch and see how strong the continuation move is. If it can surge straight through, if it needs to digest, or if it rejects. Those are your three choices. Three choices. So zooming in on Bird here, we can see sellers kind of stepping in right where they sold it off last time at the equilibrium. So here's how I mark this out, how I find these sellers. And since we're posting top wicks, I wouldn't enter right on the 9. I think probably it needs to undercut the 9 with these sellers here and go for that 21. That seems like a better spot for me. Also, you have this nice little fair value gap right there. Also, you have that nice support at the 19 level. Maybe I'm wrong and it just eats it up right off that 9, but for me, you lose some probabilities when you get these top wicks like this, multiple top wicks, while you're just right over the 9. So we'll see how it plays out. But what I was going to say is, you see where this big sell took place midday? That was clearly a seller there, right? So how I mark this out is I look for the body of the candle right before that. Then I mark that body out, I drag it out. You can see that usually will line up pretty good. Sometimes better to just do the whole candle, especially on a 1 minute. And yeah, that looks better to me. So that's the area where we're going to need to kind of flip to really get cooking. As you can see, the sell kind of re-solidified on that candle, closed it low. So I would wait and not directly buy it off this 9. I would look for this one and look for a bottom wick off of this to feel better about getting involved. So while we wait for that to play out, boom! Seller stepped in there. Boom. Where did the buyer step in? Right off of the top of our zone here. So your dream orders here on these small ones, they can be the way to play it. If you just have a resting order here at 1750 and you just keep selling every time you find a seller, so find those top wicks that we just talked about, you can catch like 5, 6, 7 scalps on this. Pretty crazy. So doesn't mean that it'll keep holding. You know, eventually all levels are like rubber bands, right? You got to snap it. So we're going to keep watching it, but for now, that is still holding that line and trying to gravitate back up to this high volume node. We're going to mark that out too. The real meat of the high volume node are these 3 strikes right here, from 18 to 1850. So that's the kind of the heart of the magnet. As long as it's still finding buyers underneath that. So this is still valid until that fails. But you know, you got to respect big seller off the equilibrium. So we're going to keep an eye. We basically are back testing this move again and filling out this pennant. Still got to be reverting to expecting it to go to the upside if this level keeps holding down here though. Still acting pretty good here. Acting pretty good on the retest. So now you can start saying, hey, it looks like we're reclaiming. I'll take a little stab here with a stop under this wick. It's probably safer to wait for this candle to close in 8 seconds here. And we want to see whether it can close over this 50. That's a good first start. And then I would probably give it just a few minutes here to make sure that we're not going to see a wick up and then a washout. This has had quite a move. Also, just what is this might be the funniest top signal. I don't think we're topping, but it would be really funny if we were, because this company sold what? Hippie shoes? They sold like like Birkenstocks or something. Birdkenstocks, I guess. And they I don't know. I think they sold sandals or something. They might as well have. They decided to declare bankruptcy and buy a bunch of GPUs, I guess. There were signs. That's what they'll say. There were signs. I'm tired, boss. This is a weird market to be playing in. You're seeing quantum pop. You're seeing Beyond Meat was up like 10%. So what is that? Is that healthy? Is that the market trying to play catch up because Qs have been up 10 days in a row? Sellers still here off that 50. So we want to keep watching, and we're going to do the same thing we did with SPY. So we're going to take another fib and we're going to draw on that little wick to see how this progresses. Right now, see where the seller stepped in right at the 50. So we want to see the buyer hold and form a higher low right here in this little pocket. That makes us feel better. Then it could base out while these moving averages flatten out. We'll zoom in a little for y'all. We'll draw it out too. So maybe if it does form the higher low here, maybe it comes here, tightens up, and then we can buy it somewhere off these moving averages as they sweep and curl off a reclaim of the 50. And then we would look to test this neckline again. If we can pop it, then we can do the squeeze. But that would look like the first big move would be sweeping and breaking structure, getting this new high. So that's the bull's path. That's what they want to do. Bears' path is simple. You just want to break the backs of these bulls that are trying to hold the line here. You sweep this low, and you can try to wash out this whole section. But just remember, this is an area of hot contention. Is that the word I'm looking for? Contention? Contention. That's the word I'm looking for. So just keep in mind that bears, they have some work to cut out for them, but if they can turn the corner, this is where it'll happen. And then you get your move down to 14 that I was thinking could have played out in the morning and we didn't get. So that's your kind of playbook there. It would look like a sweep of this low, back test, and then moving on down like that probably. Let me grab that. Like that. So far though, bulls holding this golden pocket. Holding the golden pocket. So we'll see where this closes in. Oh, just closed. That's a good close for the bulls. So we'll keep an eye on this one, but I want to touch base with SPY, which did tag the new 700. It got the 700 level. Now it's a good time to watch for those sellers. ARM, nice and constructive. So it is doing the old 9 moving average surfing. Got the crossover there, big surge up, reclaim the 50. We'll go full screen there. Over the 9, over the 21, over the 50. 50 flipped to support. We tried to surge. We got a little bit far away from home here. A little bit far away from our 9 moving average that we're surfing up. The algo's buying off of this. So we come back, we back test the 50, we reclaim the 9. We're going to push a new high in just a second here, I would assume. Next spot of interest for the bulls is to fill in this little imbalance. We could see a bit of a sell stepping in there, but what I would really like to see is targeting this whole kind of sell-off candle that we talked about with Bird in the middle of its W. So this is where bulls tried to break the uptrend or the downtrend line and go bullish. They tried to have this be the low and this be the higher low, but this simply wasn't enough. Simply wasn't enough. So it needed to sell out, wash out, and reset. We're tagged into, support from a couple days ago. Then found that support. Now we're finding the buyers to break this downtrend line, and I would like to see the continued pressure to reclaim and hopefully nullify this. So that would look like, okay, we sweep this high, we back test it, we sweep up here. We retest this 200 on the 5. You can see that was a clear little pivot right there. Also looks like it was a pivot from pre-market, that area. So that's the next area of interest, and it's the 160 handle. So that makes a lot of sense. Just round number 160. So we need to flip that 160 from selling to buying. Once we do, it really opens the gates up to a very quick move to 163 is a level of interest. Then you have 166, which is the range high, the little kind of consolidation from the past week or so high, the flag that we're hoping to break out. And the measured move for that will be, I guess I should move time frames. It will be roughly 170 to 175, like we mentioned. So still really liking how this one's progressing. Nice and constructive today after a rough morning, kind of just rebasing and retesting off of this level that we've been watching. All right, guys, we are halfway through the hour here. SPY still doing the surf off that 21. The 21's holding strong, and it still hasn't retested this 50 in quite a while. So let's get the new all-time high, yeah. Let's keep on offering a higher bid and seeing how much we can climb. But if there is a seller that steps in where we expect to retransact is this 50. And that one might just keep on climbing. If we squeeze, which it's trying, if we do get the squeeze, then probably the retest will be a 700 back test in about 20 minutes, 10 minutes. So far, so good for the bulls. We have a pattern that is, I would consider this unsustainable. So this could squeeze straight up, or this could roll. It's a very aggressive pattern, right? Which makes sense. We are squeezing through all-time highs, but just keep in mind the potential for this kind of, if this was the other way, it'd be kind of like a falling wedge, right? And you could see it try to just go parabolic and then kind of reject that move. So you could see this try to go parabolic up and reject that. As you see, the bears are trying that with this wick. See, they're trying. So we will see. We will see. So far, it has not been prudent to assume too much off of the first initial failure. So I don't want to read too much into this, but just putting out the possibility. We have moved a lot. We have hit so many big targets. We've hit every big target. So if there was a time to sell and you did have this kind of upward slanting structure and you did see the top wick here, maybe you hedge. Maybe you consider that. Maybe you just trim some longs. But look at that. Now we're going to play the are we catching game. All right. So, yeah, not prudent to get too ahead of ourselves. Another thing of interest here, WGMI making a really nice recovery back to the opening level. WGMI is the Bitcoin mining ETF. So we're going to take a look at a few of those. We are in a few runners. So IREN, beautiful, beautiful move on IREN. This one's still cooking up for a move higher in my book. Another one that we're in, APLD, just to a runner. This one's having some more trouble today. So I'm glad that we sold into the close. Very strong close. Still holding 1/4 size. So we were in that one from 29-ish, I think. No, from the open, yeah, 28.50-ish. So still green on the runner, still holding that one. Is Bird finally fading? Okay, bears did get the next move. So we're watching the battle of the 1750. Be careful. Be careful just because of the stickiness of this level. But let's watch and see. It'll be a good case study. It does seem like it is progressing bearish, but I'm just having a hard time not respecting this because it's been respected so many times before. So let's watch and see if it's a free ATM again, like it has been so many times today, or whether we can finally start breaking this range to the downside following this path here. Gonna keep watching that progress. I think it's a fun one to keep an eye on. SPY testing, it's 21 on the 1 minute. And ARM, by and large, not caring about the little bit of weakness. So I'm curious about what semiconductors as a whole are doing. And then we're going to look at some of the leaders too. So SMH very, very strong off of the lows here today. And yeah, that's what we wanted to see. Look at that. That's telling you, nope, you're wrong. We're not done. So SPY, here's the break of that wedge, break of the wedge. And you can see the velocity of that. Pretty sure that's an algo crack. The algo turned off. It is no longer supporting here. So we will test the 50 and decide whether that might turn back on. But worth noting here, coming back into the bottom of this base from the last little swing low. Right there. And you can see the tape. It moved very fast down to here. Now it's trying to hold. So far, looking heavy to me, though. Candle close was very bearish, very at the low. And it just lost the low, testing the 50 there. So next stop for the bears is to sweep the bottom of this pattern here. You have multiple lows there from this structure, and it should kind of waterfall down there pretty quick if the buyer cannot step in off this 50. So we're going to be watching for this candle close. Still looks very heavy to me. And we have 30 seconds, so I like to watch this 30-second flip of the candle to see, because sometimes, quite often, if they're going to bottom wick a candle, this is where the buyers would start stepping in from the 30 to 40-second mark, where we're seeing. Since we're just seeing the bears continue to accelerate, it makes me feel like this candle is going to close near the low, and that will be under that 50, and it will keep the algorithms flipped off, and it needs to reach down potentially to VWAP. So I'm going to try to find that on my other chart real quick. Get that level for y'all. VWAP all the way down at 697.50. So that would be the big flush level, a few bucks, if the bears really do kind of dig their heels in. The other level it could transact is the 5-minute trigger, which is sitting at 698.93. Call it 699. So that's the next level of interest. We just swept this exactly as expected. See the surge down, candle closed at the low, and the waterfall. This is what tape reading and practice can do, guys. You can predict not everything, but you can predict, like when you see this thing that a candle does so often, you can predict with a decent frequency. I'd call it 70% likelihood that that thing would play out exactly like that. So that was what, 20% on a 0DT? That was on a 3x leverage TQQ or something, SQQQ. You could catch a good 20, 30, 40, $50 just in a few minutes off these very replicable moves. So now where are we going next, guys? That 699 level is going to be the next one. We're going to mark that out. 699. Wild saying these numbers. We're at 699. We're at 700. Not 2 weeks ago, we were sitting at 630s, holding on by the skin of our teeth. Sorry, I'm way behind on comments here. Yeah, we love that free ATM, don't we, Snowman? So let's check in on that one in just a second, and then we'll pop back in on SPY, see how that one played out. Oh, is the ATM ATMing? The ATM is ATMing. Look at that. It's a money printer. So let's not get too ahead of ourselves, but we are back and reclaiming our high volume pivot here, this third middle rectangle. So let's see if we break above that, retest the equilibrium of this little range. Boom! Boom! Where do we wick down from our trend line? So guys, I think this is a speculative long, of course, but I think this one wants to cook. I do want to see where this candle closes in 9 seconds, but we've been watching squeeze sticks come back to the equilibrium of that and then catch and go higher all day long. So I wouldn't bet against it in this scenario either. So let's redraw our little range here because I just want to know what's going on in that one candle, that big surge. There it goes. All right. So I want to see 1869 hold if we need to go down, but this one is really cooking, guys. It's testing the big move, the next big move. Yeah, Adrian's saying 0DT is scary. You refuse to go down that rabbit hole. The only way you can do it is if you manage risk. And let me tell you, it is very, very hard and very tempting. It is so much easier to manage your risk with a trade the pool account because then you can just slam. You have 25K in buying power. You can go for it. You can say, I'm going to slam 7K on that. I'm going to slam 1/3 of my buying power on triple leverage indices, and you can catch these really quick moves. And if you're quick about tranching out, you don't have to worry too much about, things getting too disastrous. And if, the worst case happens, if you catch the worst luck ever, well, you're only out for the size of that account. And with the 0DTs, they can go to literally zero in literally 1 minute, and it's literally not fun. So it's not sustainable in the same way that trading shares are. So I always do recommend that. In my personal account, I'm trading 90% shares, and when I talk about these 0DT moves, they're for fun. They're for fun, guys, because it's fun. What's really fun? Making consistent money. Look at APLD starting to find a buyer here. I like this, and I might be considering adding a little nibble back. This looks like it's good for a mean reversion move up to its VWAP. APLD, we got its VWAP sitting at currently 3065. So you'll see this very often. Where does VWAP reside? It resides right at the break point where we broke down from. So if it's a failed breakdown, it wants to come back here and then keep on going up. Speaking of failed breakdowns, look at SPY doing that same kind of thing and turning this ugly wedge into something that looks a lot more like a constructive megaphone. So we are expanding, but it does not look weak. It looks strong and like they're just juicing it every time shorts try to dig their heels in. We like it. We like it. Got to turn the screws because you know what? It's the most hated all-time high ever, which makes me think it probably keeps going. I'm not fighting this tape. Because damn, this tape got hands. If you get caught in the undertow, in the riptide, you're in trouble. And look at Bird looking really constructive here. So I want to see where this candle closes. 7 seconds. Yeah, bulls are still fighting for this one candle. Even if they can't hold this one, I think a little wick down could be a really nice entry here at 1860. Call it 1870. Looks like it might just go for the breakout though, guys. Might just go for the breakout. You can take a long here with a stop under 1750. Stop under 1750, our big pivot there. It's just tricky because remember, they like running it there, running the stops there. So maybe if you size a little smaller and you give it to 1630, right? Because you're still looking at $4 or $5 on the upside. Well, I normally wouldn't like a setup like this on a mega cap into the close. On a small cap, they can run after the bell. They like doing it, in fact. So I think this is about to break out, guys. I think this is about to go. 5 minutes to imbalances. Thanks for the heads up talk. Always good to keep an eye on it. And 10 seconds left. Oh, it's a battle for this trend line, this downtrend line. They want to break it so bad. So let's frame this. I would say safely the stop would have to be, say you're chasing, you're getting in right there. Stop under this zone. This is what, a 1.5 RR. So it's acceptable in my book. It's acceptable. It's nothing to write home about, but you know what? It looks pretty high probability to me as a big red candle hit. So this is where I would say, hey, if it holds this, this is your entry at 1870. So if you did look for that, you would be, oh, you wouldn't quite be filled right there. You would be filled. All right. So we will see. We will see how this goes. Hypothetical trade. I'm not taking it myself. I'm tired. But I think this is a wick back off this trend line into the liquidity of this big candle. I would like to see the wick up exactly there. So we'll see where this closes in 7 seconds, and we'll see if I am a psycho and I'm late to the bird party or whether this is the entry snipe that we were talking about. Either way, we framed the risk. We framed the risk. And if you're taking the trade, you understand this risk. That if you do this 100 times, you'll probably make some money. Probably. We'll see if we make money this time, though. So going back to the indices, still fighting for that 50. Still seeing big buyers every time it tries to break down. So I'm inclined to think that we are not done and the pain is higher. I think the move that would hurt the most amount of people here is to go higher, because I think a lot of people sold. I think a lot of people got scared and puked that dip. Oh man, Snowman, that's the best thing I could ever hear. Snowman's a vet. He's been trading for 15 years. He's an OG. He's seen more things than I have, for sure. He's a better trader than I am. I would guarantee, even if he's too humble to say that. But the fact that we can teach just even a few things here and there, it just shows that there's so many ways to skin a cat. There's so much edge in this market and so many ways for you to get ahead in this very competitive space if you're just willing to learn. Snowman here, he doesn't have an ego. He's saying he's learning from some scrub like me. That means so much, dude. So I genuinely really appreciate that. That means a ton. And of course, shout out to Jane, shout out to Mike, shout out to Mitch and everybody else on the team. Jesse, our newest member. I'm learning a lot from them already, and I just got to know them. So I really am honestly happy to be here. And Spy is happy to be near this 700 level. It seems like that's the magnet, right? This megaphone does not look bad to me. You're seeing risk on names like our APLD, our WAGMEs, our We Are All Gonna Make It, trending up. The only thing that looks bad on my screen, USO. And we like that. 2 minutes till our imbalance. Let's check back in on Bird. Is Bird the word? We're green from our hypothetical entry that we were sniping. We got the red candle that everybody else was probably like, ooh, spooky. But that's what we were looking for. So we'll see if we're right. But either way, this is what it would start to look like in the first minute or so after that little wick down entry, that little 50% imbalance retest, and potentially a squeeze out of this bigger pattern. I'm really excited to see how that one plays out. ARM, again, trying to push up off these moving averages. I've been doing so much better, and I've been so much more zen since I've been like stopping like overthinking. I'm just like, I always want to infer what's going to happen, right? And sure, it's fun. But it's so much easier to just keep going like, hey, I'm a machine. I'm going to watch what the machines are doing. When the machines turn off, I'm going to take that data in, and I'm not going to fight that. So for example, right now, it looked really good. Like we were reclaiming all these moving averages. If this is a big red candle, if it engulfs, I'm not going to fight that. Not going to fight that. I'm going to listen to the data. And always grain of salt, the lower time frame it is. Look at that. but see just the surging. So that tells me very clearly buyers still here off the moving averages. So I don't have to be right. This looks like it's going to smash breakout now. But do I have to predict? No. All I have to do is know that, hey, as long as these moving averages hold, I'm good. So if you're long on SPY, you put your stop under there. If you're conservative, you put it under this part, right? Either way, you define your risk and you know that if this reverses, well, that was a big bull that got rejected. How we can kind of build our edge in the prediction factor, though, is to look in these risk-on sectors. So SMH has been a leading risk-on sector. We want to see this push stronger than SPY. So SPY might come down a little more, but if SMH keeps pushing a new high, then we can imagine that SPY is probably going to want to follow there. And the strong is going to pull up the weak. Just like in nature, you know, the concept of harmonic resonance. So if you have like a tuning fork that's in key and then you have something that's slightly out of key and you hit them both, the one that's slightly out of key, it'll resonate up to the in key frequency. Nature's wild. I don't know why that happens, but it does. Look at this move on APLD. This is just a straight shot, like 2.5% move in 10 minutes. Pretty wild. People are chomping at the bit here. To get some exposure. ASTS dip. You got an ASTS. Oh, I got stopped out yesterday and it tilted me. But looking at it now, is it under? Okay, it's under where I stopped out at. So stop's good, even though it ran me a few bucks afterwards. Let's zoom out a little bit and see if this is high time frame invalid. I really want to see it back up over. I mean, it's bottom wicking under the pivot, so it's probably. This is tough. This reminds me of NBIS. Not necessarily that it looks similarly, but just in that, like, you can get really caught up in any one of these directional moves within the base. But the important thing is to kind of look at the overall trajectory of this base. And to me, it looks pretty definitively like it's doing something like this. And then, whoa. No backwards. NBIS did something like this. Roughly. So I remember on NBIS, that dip was, I thought it was ugly, but Adrian in the chat, shout outs Adrian. See right there, this one? It was an ugly puke, but it held the low. And I think he was buying this day. If not, he was buying this day or this day or this day. You know, he was on it here. Because he was watching his moving averages and seeing that it was not accelerating away from them. Like here, accelerating away from moving averages. Here, it's wanting to pin back to them, reclaim, and then accelerate back on up. Nice move there. This is your dip. Yeah, exactly. This is the Adrian playbook. So do you like ASTS? You like it here? This your kind of look? I don't hate it. How about Wolf, by the way? That had you mentioned they had the dilution, might give an entry. It gave like 7%. Looks like it's up 2% from there. I don't know if this isn't my favorite. This looks high time frame, very bullish, but I don't know what it loves doing, just BS where it looks like it's going to break out like this and just wilts. But still, again, forming this consistent pattern of higher lows and higher highs. So this shouldn't have been a surprise. It should have been a when, not if. When, not if. Oh, big spike on APLD there. Still holding, though. SPY ran it up to the top of the megaphone, still found a seller. Ran it to the moving averages, still found a buyer. Holding pattern. Consolidation in an upwards trend. We assume it resolves up. None of this. It's too high. No crying in the casino. All right, guys. 5 minutes left. 6 minutes left. Bird. Still finding buyers, showing that there are buyers under this equilibrium. We would be slightly red right now. We will see. We really want to see the buyers step in between these two yellow lines. So 1794 and 1837. That's where we would like to see the buyers step in if they can't just do what they're doing right here, which is bottom wick directly off the equilibrium. Let it chop. Let it do its thing. Our timing is probably after the bell, after it closes.
Look at the Qs. Oh, yeah, what's the imbalance doing? Oh, SMH eating. SPY looks like it's about to, which means Qs probably. You caught the leading move on Qs, just like we saw it leading on SMH. Just like we were talking about a few minutes ago. If the leader is pushing up, then you're good to go. You can assume we want to resolve up. Wow, look at SMH smashing there, guys. Beautiful stuff. Really nice. And it looks like Bird is carving out too. But again, we got to watch the close in these moving averages. Rocket Lab are super legit. You love their CEO? Yeah, you and Lil Buddy. You guys can go and have a tea party, talk about how much you love Sir Peter Beck or whatever his name is. I agree. Good management, cool company. It's fun. Who doesn't love rockets? USO, let's go down. What? USO's cheaper. Oil's cheaper. Rockets use fuel, right? There you go. Long Rocket Lab. Why not? There's your thesis. There's your thesis. Hey, Mike's in the house again. Pics of the moon. My granddad designed the landing system for the Viking missions. And he landed a craft on Mars twice? Whoa, for real, dude? That is wild. It's the OG, Papa Mike. Then your grandma was sitting there going through all the numbers from the mission? Wow. That's wild, dude. Toxin, yeah, my dad just fell asleep on the couch drunk. You did. You told me at 50 to buy Sim. Adrian's saying buy robots. What if I just buy Tesla? Let's talk about Tesla. Let's talk about Tesla and how it is breaking its chains, breaking its downtrend. I want to buy the dip on Tesla. When it gives me a dip, I want to buy it. Because I see that as a doom loop break. I see that as a all hell is breaking loose reclaim. Just like here. Just like here. Yeah. The humanoids are what, like 6 to 10 years away? Okay. And? Fine, what? So Adrian's saying this is not where the money is. It's like buying quantum computing as opposed to maybe quantum inference or something. Or, maybe something that isn't 30 years away. So what about if we target the supply chain? What if we target like infrastructure and how we can actually monetize robots the fastest? What about a big old contract with Walmart to, do like autonomous supply or, assembly line stuff and packaging, warehousing, that kind of stuff, right? They do stuff like that, I believe. So essentially, I do agree. I don't like this candle though. I think that it'll give us entries on the back test of these moving averages. We'll get a really nice clean entry on this downtrend line back test at 55-ish or so. Sure, Adrian, you're out here buying the bottom. You're better at this than me. I'm going to wait for the confirmation that I can see clearly. If I had seen this a few days ago and yeah, you're right. You're right. This was clean. This day in particular was a really nice to just buy at the close when it was 3-day cooking this thing, closing at the highs like it wanted to. Bottom low of the day was a clean catch at the rising, curling up moving average. Really, really nice confirmation day there. And then you get the follow through confirmation through the trend line, the big follow through today. So now I expect it to get a little bit muddy here, maybe come back a little, hopefully give me my entry. If not, I wish you well on your mission to Mars because this is probably going to go pretty high. I do really like Sim. SYM. What are they? What's their actual company name? I should know that. Symbiotic, yeah. So another reason I really like this is the weekly looks like a big old cup and handle to me. I'm actually going to go out to the monthly. To me, it's not like the cleanest in the world. It overshot a lot and the dip isn't that deep. But I think it hit the 50% pullback. Yeah, it hit the 50% pullback, so it's valid. We have the big old cup pattern. There's the cup. Here's like handle. It's like a wedge handle. But then it seems like it's progressing to try to scoop out here. So if we want to get crazy with it, let's see where this measured move might lead us. Yank this on down here. We're talking 100 is the test. Through 100, 106. This thing surges. It can go to 131. We could see it 160 in a year or so here. we could start looking for... Oh, there's the bell. Missed the bell. Sorry about that. Start looking for a surge up to this neckline as well. So I think 100's on the cards for this guy, to be completely honest. That's what I see path of least resistance after such constructive price action on monthly candles here. 3 month, or at least 2 constructive monthly candles in a row, especially if this thing can close a little bit higher, which it looks like it wants to. So I'm liking it. All right, guys. Pencils down, mics out. Peace, love, chicken grease. I think we're going to be out here too, but we got great stuff coming for you just around the corner. Tomorrow is Thursday. We've got a full lineup of great programming for you. Be here early in the morning, 6 o'clock. I think Mitch is back. We got our morning show. We got a lot of good stuff on the radar. You've been seeing how these small caps have been moving. You've been seeing how the large caps have been moving. Don't miss out on this action. Be sure to tune in with your friendly neighborhood gang of pretty decent traders, I gotta say. I'm not casting shade on the other trading teams that are out there on YouTube, but I wouldn't want to go up against us. That's all I'm saying. I wouldn't want to go up against our chat either. I bet our chat can put numbers up on any board against any other chat out there. So shout out to you guys for being you. That's it for me. We'll do it all again tomorrow. Have a great day, guys. See you later.